Hello, everyone. I'm just about to go live on TikTok. I was just closing my window, so give me a moment, please. Hello, everyone else. Aware. Hello to all of my dear gaming friends. Hello to the gamers of the community and the universe and the world. Hello to white people, even, I would say. I hope you're having a nice day. I'm just fiddling around. There should be at least one guy, the Conservative Friends of Israel or some kind of rubbish, who wants to debate me. But we'll see. He could be a newfound friend. New friend for me. But hello, everyone. Hello, everyone. Right. Morning, Yak Attack. Morning, Afro Altruism. How you doing? Hello, everyone. I'm just fixing. Arsenal greater than Chelsea. I mean, in terms of a better team, probably right now, yeah. Happy belated Independence Day. What Independence Day? Which Independence Day? July 4th? Or what's Independence Day? Morning, Scouty Paws. I thought I already said morning to you. Digging these early streams. Awesome, glad to hear it. Colonialism isn't working. What do you mean colonialism isn't working? Which colonialism? Hey, trade. What? Also, I hate it when my PC makes this crackling noise. It's so annoying. Hope you're having a good one. Yeah, I'm doing my best. I hope you're okay. Oh, Indian Independence Day, 15th of August. Okay, nice. I hope it was a good day. It's me as a colonist. It doesn't prefigure enough into my mind, Indian Independence Day. Just cleaning my glass. I can't see anything right now. I really like your pod with Isaac. Thank you. Yeah, I enjoy making it. Isaac and I are doing that. There should be a new episode out soon, I think. Are you saying Trump won or lost? What? How would I say? I don't think it could be more clear. If Trump lost the Iran war means Trump lost. Has normal stream times for humble Europeans like me. Yeah, I try my best. I want to become the biggest streamer that Europe has ever seen. Looking handsome today as always. Thank you. Why is it always about Zionism? Why don't you speak about other stuff? What other stuff do you want me to speak about? We spoke to some guy for ages the other day about child marriage. My expertise are in Zionism. There are plenty of people who spend all of their time debating this, coupled with very lukewarm analysis about American politics that amounts to, I fucking love Donald Trump. But, you know, what was your expectation? Do you want me to debate people on whether the Democratic Party are epic, whether Trump is the major problem, and whether he should win another election? Well, what do you want me to fucking talk about? You can go watch my YouTube stream if you want to see something different. Is it true you can't say anything to anyone who is Jewish because it will be it'll be viewed as anti-Semitic? No. What, you can't say anything? Like, if you say hello to a Jewish person, I mean, if you said hello maybe to Rabbi Shmuley, yeah, you probably couldn't. If you were someone who he knew was actively pro-Palestine and you saw Rabbi Shmuley, yeah, he probably would. But to the average Jewish person, no. If you say something that's like, a lot of people will make up and pretend that things that come to, you know, talking about the Israeli government's actions they'll sort of push on you this notion that you're being anti-Semitic because it's a great way to dismiss the issues at hand, but on the whole, you know, just ignore them unless you're being actually. You can't say anything to a Zionist. I mean, yes. How do you tackle revolutionary pessimism? Like, sometimes throughout my activism, I get this cloud of negativity and I lose belief in change. So how do I cope and how do you overcome it? The hope that one day impossible things will happen, you know, like, I think this is always the thing. People are like, well, this won't happen, that won't happen, this won't happen, oh, nothing's gonna happen. the thing is people managed to overthrow, is it called the Ancien Regime in France? Is that the name of it? But anyway, they stormed the Bastille. They successfully deposed of that, you know. People won independence from the most powerful empire in the world eventually, an empire that people literally used to say, oh, the sun would never set on it. Eventually, Margaret Thatcher was no more, and eventually things changed. Thatcher wasn't so powerful as like those things and people. But I think that we just cannot lose hope in just this, the investment in the belief of change. Zionism is bad, but Zionism is not colonialism, as that is good. If you don't believe that Zionism is colonialism, then you are you are dumb. Hello, Mr. Trove. Good afternoon, good evening, good to see you. Good morning to any of my dear friends on the internet. Up. What do you want to come up for? Your name is Aish. You have a locked account. I probably don't want to do that. It was better if you have a public account so I can see what you post and I can check. There is one guy who requested to come up, but I've texted him. Do you believe that Hamas did what they are doing to fight the 75 years of occupation? Palestine don't have an army. What? What else would I think? Like, what else could it be? I don't think they did it because they're like barbarous, backwards savages. I think it was a political logic and of a choice that Hamas made to use military means as a way to fight the occupation. Why not let him up? Because he has a really just odd profile. Like, the profile is literally just, he just keeps spamming up. He has 0 followers, 20 people follow him, so I think I'm good. Trump lost the Iran MOU actually means that Trump JD Pondon won, if you subscribe to that theory. I mean, I am subscribing to every theory about Donald Trump. How many Islamic countries are allowed to exist? Well, I think we need more. I think we need the UK to be an Islamic country. I think we need the US to be an Islamic country. Look, these kind of like, you know, capitalist Christian countries, they've not been doing very good things. So I think maybe we should allow more Muslim countries. But we should punish some of the ones who've got a bit too cheeky. I think we got to put the UAE in its place. I think we got to put the Saudis in their place for bombing the Yemenis, and I think we got to do a lot of telling off. You know, after we become the light upon the nations of the Islamic countries. And also, yes, the Islamic Republic of Japan, that can exist. You're going to make the gammons froth at the mouth. To be honest, let's be real. These people who sit here and just want to talk about immigration 24/7, in like 20 years' time, they'll be like, why did I make all of my political decisions based off immigration when this country is just like burning? But, you know, who cares? What can you do? I mean, actually, I say who cares? I care. It's bad, generally. I really hate the wind blowing my thing open. He can't criticize Islamic countries. Well, I did just criticize an Islamic country. What do you mean? I can happily criticize any Islamic country. So that doesn't really stand, does it? Do you honestly think I'm not going to criticize the UAE, Saudi Arabia? Did you forget your meds? Actually, speaking of, I've been loving the hay fever stuff, but the hay fever stuff hasn't come in the post, so I haven't got any. So I got nose issues. So yeah, I did forget my meds. They will never wake up. Who will never wake up? Have a nice stream. Thank you, Pokhraj. I won't be doing this all day, by the way. UAE are targeting Sudanese. Yes, I'm joining the IOF in January from Manchester. I came to let you know, as I remember you. What do you mean you remember me? I don't remember you. Who are you? What do you mean? You're saying that you're joining the IOF from Manchester. In any decent world, you would be treated like would be treated like someone who went off to fight for any, the Islamic State or IS or whatever. But unfortunately, you'll be allowed to do that. But, you know, one day you'll be held to account for it. And I hope that, like many other Israeli soldiers, you are never able to recover from what you did, and you are tormented by it because it is repugnant and it is a disgusting act to go participate in those crimes. But also, least surprisingly, you're a Manchester United fan, so a lot to ruminate on there. I think Japan should become that weird Japanese flavor of Christian instead, the one where they believe Jesus, his brother, they believe Jesus, his brother, took his place on the cross and Jesus traveled to Japan. What? I've never heard of that. Evening, what's the news? Well, there's a bit of news, but we're going to cover that in a little bit. We're just going to try and do a debate stuff first. I support Leicester City. Depends if you're going to join the IOF. Why does he call it the IOF? Because the Israeli Defensive Forces, which is what IDF stands for, is incorrect. They're Israeli occupation forces. They occupy other people's land. Is he reading TikTok comments? Yes. Yes. Did Spain actually ban IOF soldiers? Spain, Israeli. Oh my god. I hate it when my computer does this. It starts typing A's, doubles. I haven't seen them banning IOF conducts operations. Where did you see that? That's not reported in any news outlet, so I don't know that that's true. I don't know that that's true at all. Most kids dying in Gaza are 16-year-old. Of course they are, yes. So it's right to kill 16-year-olds because you assume that most of them are members of Hamas. That's brilliant. Truly brilliant. But you can come up and discuss this rather than just saying shit in the chat, you know. Have you seen footage from October the 7th? Yeah, what of it? I saw it earlier. I'll find the source. Please do, because I'm not seeing that anywhere. I'm not seeing that source anywhere. Bro has the most normal opinion. Thank you. Love how you took it to that opinionated girl. We have spoken many times. How do you feel about Arsenal beating Manchester City 3-0? Man City look crap, to be honest. We can't say anything against Zionism. Mossad will hurt us. What are you talking about? You can obviously say negative things about Zionism. I've been saying negative things about Zionism for years, and I haven't had any run-ins with Mossad. Did I just say I love the footage from October the 7th? When did I say that? When did I say that? Thank you for your amazing comment. It's very clever. How did I react to the footage? Well, there's actually a video on my profile about it. I think, you know, where war crimes were committed, it's unacceptable to kill civilians. But I think ultimately the thing is that Israel's crimes still eclipse all of that. And if you're really basing your politics on something that happened 3 years ago, I don't really know what to say to you. Israel has done that over and over again to Palestinians. Today we are Juche maxing. Yes, Trump has accepted the light of Juche. They want you to think you can't say anything about Zionism. Well, I'm not sure who's saying it. Though 70,000 out of 2.3 million is still an awful number, it's not the worst we've seen in recent years. The population of people who are casualties in Gaza, including those who've been injured, is something like well over 200,000. So it is a pretty bad number. Brilliant. Nobody is debating this. You'd be surprised. It's just a lot of people just want to type rubbish in the chat instead of coming up. Why are you spamming the same thing in... hold on. Oh, no. Give me a second. Oh, fuck.
Exactly what I'm thinking.
Tony, what did I say?
Sorry, I've just accidentally opened my For You page and it's pulled up a video of... It's pulled up a video of The Sopranos. I'm trying to find this person who is requesting to join. Johnny Graziano. Bless me. Bless me indeed. Are you trying to debate Johnny Graziano? Johnny Graziano, I am looking to debate. Can you put in the chat whether you're looking to debate? Are the bags under your eyes? No, I just have very pale skin. So I always have bags under my eyes. Okay, there's your profile. Give me one moment. Hello, Johnny Graziano.
What's up? How we doing?
I'm fine. What's up with you?
Yeah, not too much. I'm here to debate number 3.
Trump lost the Iran war, yes.
Yes. Well, the war's still ongoing, so we haven't lost yet.
Yeah, but do you not think it has gone, like, horrifically... It has turned into just, like, a horrific disaster?
I think it's went a little more south than expected. but I still think the objective that we aim for, we're getting there. I
What's
think we
the
kind of achieved it.
what's the objective?
Yeah, break down their defenses, show them that we're not messing up. Most importantly, show them that Trump is not messing around, and if they're going to actually enrich uranium past what they're allowed to, we're going to intervene. I think that we ultimately also basically took down, again, a lot of their defenses and basically made it so they're back to the primitive ages, which is what's needed.
I mean, Trump has not really succeeded at any of that, and also sending an entire society back to the primitive ages is not something that Trump set out as a goal. Trump clearly wanted to regime change Iran to put in a pliant government that would do as he said. He has absolutely categorically failed in that aim. The Iranian government is in a stronger position than it was at the start of the war. At the start of the war, it looked like they might have collapsed with massive protests going on and an economic dead end. The economic issues are still there, but they've gained so much legitimacy from being able to undermine the global power who they've literally built for 47 years to do so.
Well, wait a minute. Well, so do you think that Trump's main goal for going there was to change the actual have regime change?
Yeah, I do. And I think Trump tries to deny this. And I think some of Trump's and Israel's propagandists try to claim otherwise. But it's pretty evident in the statements from Trump. Trump said he would be involved in picking the country's new leader. He told Iranians that they should go and take over their institutions on one of the first days. The notion that, they weren't trying to do that, it's pretty evident they were. I mean, Israel literally assassinated Ayatollah Ali Khamenei on the first day.
Well, right. So, I mean, taking out the supreme leaders, okay, it's going to follow from that you need to have a new leader, correct? I mean, you have to. Okay, great. So I'm like, we can't say that by the statement of pick a new leader out, or he doesn't have a part picking it. Doesn't mean he was there for regime change. He was there to literally just basically. Well, here's the thing, is that their leadership is multifaceted. It's multi-layered. So it's like you can't. If you take out one, there's going to be another to take their place. So I don't think the aim was regime change, because you can't change the regime. It's multi-layered.
Well, the thing is Trump was evidently trying to change the regime. Like, you can say that he wasn't. That's what Netanyahu, the person who he launched the war with, was trying to do. That's what they tried to do. They killed Ali Khamenei because they thought that no one would be able to succeed him. And it seems that Mojtaba Khamenei, his son, has, but he hasn't been seen in public. And it seems that Iran is just being governed now by people from the Islamic Republic, the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps.
Yeah. I mean, if you're basing the Iran war being lost over the principle that we were there for solely regime change, then you would say we lost the Iran war. Well, I mean, but the thing is that are you basing it on that principle?
I'm basing it on the fact that I don't think the aims have been achieved. So I don't really understand how in any way Iran reaching for a nuclear weapon has been undermined. The nuclear dust, as Trump likes to call it, is still inside of Iran. Iran is using the Strait of Hormuz as an economic weapon against the West, which is certainly having impact and will most likely massively negatively impact Trump and the Republican Party's electoral chances. He's now currently been fighting a war for about 3 months trying to reopen the Strait of Hormuz and failing spectacularly at doing so after starting a war which closed it. So I just think it has been an absolute disaster and a quagmire.
Okay. You're saying that we haven't achieved any of the actual any of our goals in regards to manufacturing or place. We've destroyed a lot of their manufacturing facilities. We've destroyed quite literally their underground facilities. Some of them.
But the thing is, there's not really much proof of that, because Iran is still firing missiles at US bases. I mean, after 6 months and a massive bombardment campaign from undeniably the most advanced air force in Southwest Asia, and also the Americans who spend the most on it, the Iranians are still firing missiles and are hitting bases in Jordan. It looks like US bases are pretty much unusable from now. There's nothing you can do to get them back.
Well, okay, yeah, they have missiles, but how does that attack my argument?
Because the whole point is Trump has allegedly gone in and successfully degraded them and has managed to defeat the Iranians, but the Iranians still have said missiles.
Wait. So they have missiles, yes.
Missiles, that mean that drones, the ability to respond.
Right, the ability to respond, but in a micro level.
It's not a micro level. Iran was
Do they
never
have
really.
do they have an air force anymore, or do they have a navy?
Iran didn't really have that much of an
Yeah,
air
they
force in
did
the
though.
first place. Okay, what were the main planes making up the Iranian Air Force?
I don't know the main planes. I know they had an air force.
A considerable amount of the planes that they still had in Iran were hangovers from when the Shah was there. So, like planes that were used in the Iran-Iraq War. I think are they F-5s? Is it something Lightning? Or
I'm not sure. I'm not sure. I know that we.
But they're
I know that
old.
we
They're
eradicated
old
that.
planes. So those planes. But when it
Well,
comes
can we
to
at least?
when it comes to the Navy, okay. When it comes to the Navy, the Iranians don't really need those large ships. Sure, it's not great that Trump sank them for the Iranians. I'm sure they cost a lot of money, but Iran still maintains the most important thing, which are basically fast boats that you can sail up to ships or lay mines with, which you can then blockade the Strait of Hormuz. Well, the thing is Trump's been saying they'll be gone soon for months and months and months on end.
Okay, tell you what, this isn't a pivot. I just want to ask a quick question before we continue. And it's a very, very simple yes or no. Do you agree that the Iranian regime is dangerous?
In what way?
If there's more nuance to it, go ahead. Answer however you'd like to.
In what way? Dangerous in what way?
Do you think that the Iranian regime is dangerous to neighboring countries, future potential countries that are further away, like the United States, potentially, and to its own citizens?
I mean, to its own citizens, yeah, the Islamic Republic has been oppressive. It's engaged in authoritarian measures. To its neighboring countries, depends what they're up to and depends what they're trying to do in the region. When it comes to America, most definitely not. No, it's dangerous to... It is actually, you know what? The Islamic Republic is dangerous to Americans who, for some reason, are in fucking military bases in the region. That's the only Americans it's dangerous to, really.
Well, no, that's why I said future danger, because we can come to the agreement that before the actual JCPOA, they were attempting to make nuclear weapons, and they also have a model that they want death to America. Also,
yeah, I'm not really that fussed about their motto, "Death to America." I think it derives from.
That's ridiculous.
I think it derives from. I think it derives from the fact that America has been involved in destabilizing Iran, sanctioning it, fiddling in its politics for decades.
Yeah, listen. When you're a world power like the United States, you agree that America is the world power, correct?
I think it might be displaced by China in coming years, but sure, right now it's pretty ascendant.
Okay, great. You would agree that if a country is a world power, it has an obligation to an extent to police the world to some degree.
No, because
Are you serious?
Yeah, because I think when it comes to America, okay, policing the world has just been licensing barbarism amongst those who are deemed to be acceptable barbarians.
All right, tell you what. Let me word this differently.
Yes.
If a country is a superpower, okay, take out of consideration how America has done it. Would you agree that a country that is a superpower has an obligation to help others that are in need, other countries that are in need, or to police for them that don't have the resources? If it's done properly.
Under our current system, I think that has been the exact opposite of what America has done. So it's a bit of a difficult question to answer. In theory, I think that more powerful countries should try and help other countries, especially when other countries are experiencing some kind of disaster. But when it comes to America, no, I don't think America... I think America forfeited that right to do any of that many decades ago.
You don't think that America involved itself in foreign affairs that are actually helpful? Like, you don't think that we ever do that?
What's an example where they've done that?
Over in Kenya with Coney.
What did they do in Kenya?
Well, no. I'm not saying we helped them to negotiate, come to agreements. I mean, the warlord over there. We also have we have numerous examples. We have us helping. We typically are arbiters, or not arbiters. What is that called? We're mediators for a lot of actual deals between countries, correct? For peace deals.
Not really.
America's used for that.
The Qataris are way better at it. The Qataris have brokered way more complex peace negotiations. If you ever look up a list of peace deals brokered by the Qataris, they're doing way better at it than the Americans are, considering the level of power that Americans have. It actually seems that American meddling has basically led to intractable conflicts that are impossible to solve under the guidelines and the parameters laid out by America and the international community. A great example of this is Israel and Palestine, okay? The international community accepts this basic notion that there should be a two-state solution, but the problem is in every negotiation, America has just gone in and taken Israel's side.
So you don't seem to like America very much.
No.
Wait, before we continue, where are you from? England?
Yeah.
Or England? Okay. So here's the thing, okay, man, is that you're saying that you're not too like bothered by the death to America. There's a problem here, okay? You understand that the Iranian regime is ran by Islamic extremists, correct?
Yeah.
Okay, great. It's a blatant yes, okay? Islamic extremists operate on a principle. The principle they operate on is that you are supposed to do what to other religions?
What?
To eradicate them.
How is Iran
Correct?
engaged in that principle?
No, wait. We're gonna get there. Okay?
How
We're
is
gonna get
Iran
there.
engaged in that
Wait,
principle?
before we can,
I
before we
don't
can
really
get there-
actually accept that, no.
Okay, wait, no. I'm not saying all Muslims. I'm saying radical extremist Muslims operate on
But
that.
I think that when we talk about, there are degrees and gradations to that, in the sense of someone like the Islamic State has actually engaged in that kind of practice, whereas the Iranians have not.
Wait. I'm sorry. Repeat that.
Someone like the Islamic State is literally doing that. Like, the Islamic State even kills whoever they deem to be an unbeliever, most predominantly other Muslims and such.
No. Yeah, sure. I'm just trying to get to.
But in what way? In what way?
Plane.
Where has Iran been engaged in policies, or where has its foreign policy been governed by a desire to eradicate other religions?
Yeah, in Iran, the Iranian regime operates on apostasy. So if you are trying to switch from the Muslim faith, they'll unalive you.
Where is it that undergirds all Iranian foreign policy?
What do you mean undergirds all Iranian foreign policy?
Well, if Iran is governed by a regime that operates on a principle of trying to exterminate other religions, where has Iran practically done that?
Yeah, sure. So they currently do it, okay, within their own country. Now, the argument I'm trying to make is this, okay?
How do they do that in their own country?
Wait,
Iran has a
Iran
Iran has a small population of Jewish people. It's not working actively to eradicate them.
Listen. They operate on their actual. So we have the Constitution in America. They have what's called, I believe, something similar, but it's a different term for it. Okay, they operate on that, and they use terms like apostasy. If you switch from the Muslim faith, there's examples of them unaliving, beheading people for converting to Christianity.
I don't think the Iranians specifically behead people. I think they more engage in other practices of execution, but it's not really beheading.
You're right. You're right. They typically do. You're correct. It isn't typically beheading, but they have done that. Now,
when
you're asking, I'm answering your question, by the way. You're asking where have they engaged on a mass level? They can't operate. They can't do it on a mass level, but they do it on a micro level, and many times.
But the Iranians have intervened in other countries. So the Iranians directly intervened in the Syrian civil war, but their goal in Syria wasn't to eliminate other religions, because first of all, there's Alawites there, which is not Iranian 12 Shia Islam, and there's also Sunni Muslims, and they weren't seeking to eradicate Sunni Muslims there.
Can I explain to you? You're not letting me land my plane, okay?
Well, I don't really understand. Brother, you're landing the plane. You're landing the plane in a dangerous manner. So,
well, no, I'm sorry. Tell you what. Let me give the argument, and then you can respond, okay? I was asking those questions in that order for a reason. So, Muslim extremists typically hate Christians the most, okay? That is who they hate the most. This is not up for debate. They obviously hate Christians the most. America is 72% Christians. They've openly said, yes, Google it.
Yeah. But in the same way that in a census, technically I'm Christian, but I'm atheist. I don't know what religious observance rate in America is, but I will tell you now, it's definitely not 72% of like people who are actually observant of the faith. People who actually practice the faith. But they may on a census say that they're Christian, but I don't think that really means that it's that high.
Are you saying, okay, well, listen, all I know is that it's anywhere from 69 to 72% are at least make the statement they're religious. Can you Google it? I don't know. I'm not on a computer. But you're saying they're just making the statement they don't actually practice the faith, whatever. Okay, fine. But what I'm saying is that the Muslim extremists hate Christians. They've openly said they want death to America. They want us to be eradicated in our country. And
where did the Iranians say that they want to eradicate every single person in America?
Death to America, death to the American government, correct?
Well, those would be two different things. Death to America But America, you have to remember, right? Like, it is just a slogan. You do know that the Iranians,
No,
like,
no.
wait.
Don't say
If
that. It isn't
the
a slogan.
Iranians, if the
No.
Iranians,
That's
if
crazy.
wait, if the Iranians
No.
were hell bent on killing every American, why did they sign the JCPOA?
Yeah, they signed the JCPOA, okay, and they were still actually enriching uranium behind the doors anyway.
No, they weren't.
We had intel from Israel on it. Yes, we did.
Yeah, I mean, intel from Israel is like intel from, I don't
You know how
know,
good
someone
their
who lies to your face.
Wait, no, Chris. Do you understand how good Israel's intelligence is?
Well, they told Trump he was going to be killed by Iran a few days ago, and I don't think there was any truth to that.
Wait, Chris. There's a problem, okay? First of all, you want Trump dead. That's the reality, okay?
Well, I mean, I don't think Trump is a positive force in the world, but unfortunately, I don't think that the negativity and bad things end with him.
Yeah, so let me finish here. So, are you aware of how good Israel's intelligence is?
Not really. I don't think it's that great.
Are you being serious? It's one of the top intelligences in the world, okay, in terms of actually intel. Okay, so listen,
how did they manage to miss like 1,000+ militants building up on their border on October the 7th? Then.
Wait, people can't miss things? I'm not saying that they're in the...
But if you would think that their intelligence is so good. The thing is I think all of these intelligence agencies operate on sort of lies a bit. You know, America has this apparently so advanced thing that's protecting their citizens, but somehow there were like guys hanging around learning to fly planes just sort of chilling in America.
All right, here. Okay, sorry, just to be clear. Israel has the #1 most technical and advanced intelligence in the world.
Who says that?
We have intel. It's right here.
It's right where? Yeah, people keep mentioning the WMDs. The WMDs. I don't really trust Western intelligence. It seems they kind of manipulate it. And by the way, I don't think there's...
Listen, to be fair, dude, just stop with the freaking America. Hey, we literally back your country, dude. Chill out for us.
What? I don't like it when you back my country. I think you should stop with that business. I don't like it.
Well, dude, listen, don't smile about that. We literally take care of you guys, all right?
How do you guys
take care of us? Because your government is horses, and you don't even have planes, dude, okay? You ride around on horses. I don't know what else you guys do. We take care. I believe so. Yeah, I think you guys have horses for your actual cavalry. I don't think you actually have a navy. You may have a couple actual like little boats. We take care of you guys, so just relax for a minute.
But the thing is you guys spend so much, and you can't even beat Iran. Like Iran is a country that you've had sanctioned. Iran is a country you've had sanctioned, and you've had the entire world backing you up against for 40+ years, and you can't beat them in a war. You were literally begging the British for your help, and they kind of said, "Yeah, you can use our bases," which I think is morally repugnant and disgusting. But at the same time,
have you seen the Return? Have you seen the Lord of the Rings trilogy?
Yeah.
You can't come. Listen, you can't come for America saying that literally we can't. We losing the war with Iran. You guys would lose a war to just about anything, dude. Listen, if you were invaded, okay, if you were invaded by, I don't know, like an actual like army of sea lions, you would lose. You don't have the actual resources to fight them. I'm being serious.
It wouldn't be that hard to kill a sea lion. I'm gonna put it out there.
I'm telling you, you guys would still lose, dude. So we have you guys. We're helping you guys out, dude.
Okay.
Now listen, okay. Now let's go back to this article here. Okay, just a second. All right. Actually, this one is going to actually answer your question too. It says,
"Who's it from?"
It's the NPR.org.
Who is NPR?
And it says how
NPR.
NPR.org. The article is going to be Israel's spy agency is one of the best in the world. How did it miss the Hamas attacks? It tells you about actually answers your questions like how actually Israel has the best intelligence, but it still isn't actually impenetrable.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is that ultimately American intelligence will just be better than Israeli intelligence. I'm going to be real with you. American intelligence will be better than Israeli intelligence.
No, it's not.
Why not? How much do you think you spend on your? How much do you think you spend on your intelligence?
No, Israel, America primarily funds Israel's defense system, but Israel puts most of its money into its actual intelligence because of its situation it has.
Yeah, and that money will still pale in comparison to the amount that you put into it.
You understand? Because of how much they're hated, they put money into actually intelligence so they can know when attacks are going to happen, and like because they're bordered by a country that hates them. So I mean, come on, dude. Now, here's the thing, dude. Okay, you're saying that Israel's intelligence isn't good, but they have the best in the world. Israel told us they were breaking the JCPOA,
So,
and we took them. So we operate on that principle.
how much does the US spend? So, okay. So I don't know if you'd ever be able to actually find, someone may correct me on this, but I don't know if you'd ever be able to find exact numbers spent on intelligence specifically. But your defense budget is now between $1 and $1.15 trillion.
You're welcome, by the way. You're welcome for
Israel
that,
apparently, according to intelnews.org, which looks crazy, spends about $45 billion on it. Israel, wait. Actually, sorry. In 2017, the budget of Shin Bet and Mossad was 2.4 billion. I'm sorry.
Yep.
The CIA's budget is probably tens of billions, if not hundreds of billions.
Okay, wait, Chris, chill for a minute. Okay, chill for a minute. How much money does America give to Israel for their defense?
A sizable chunk, but at the same
okay.
But
Wait,
at the
stop,
same
stop,
time,
stop.
wait. But at the same time, okay, the money that is given and the money that Israel gets is effectively American money that is spent on sometimes American equipment. Although Israel is the only country allowed in the world that is given American money that it is allowed to convert into its own currency, shekels, and to buy its own weapons with. It's the only country in the world allowed to do that. But anyway, sorry, I'd rather not have a debate over this kind of stuff of technicalities of funding and this kind of stuff, because ultimately you're just wrong. The US does spend more than Israel. It's just materially true.
On the military budget, yeah, sure.
No, but yeah, okay.
All right. And listen, man, I just think that you should at least say thank you to your United States brothers, dude, for helping you out. Can you at least say,
what have you helped me out with?
Dude, we literally, bro, the food you eat, man, the horses that you ride on, the horse and buggies, everything you guys have there, dude, we're helping you make that stuff, dude. You wouldn't have your horses without us.
But the other thing is like, if you think about what's going on in the world right now, it's your dumbass country that's caused so many of the problems. Okay, so every time I go to a gas station and I try and fill up, it costs more money. Why does it cost more money? Because your dumbass, like, pedo president invaded Iran and did so badly in invading it that he's got his ass handed to him by a bunch of.
This isn't a America thing. This is a Trump thing. You don't like Trump.
Well, he's the president of your country, so.
Yeah. But do you also hate Obama? Did you hate Biden? Did you hate Bush? I mean, were you even born then? How old are you?
Did I hate Obama? Do you think I was born in 2020?
I don't know. I don't know how. I mean, like, were you alive for Bush? Are you looking about 17, 18?
I'm 25. So
You're 25.
I was like a young child when Bush was around. But even then, what did you guys do?
I mean, puddings de-age you, I guess.
We were way more involved in your invasions of Iraq and Afghanistan. So I don't think we can really fob off the blame exclusively onto you for those. But like the Iran war is it's pedo Trump's business.
I would argue against that. I think that the invasion of Afghanistan, wasn't really justified. You should have been against that as well.
Of course I'm against that. What do you mean?
Yeah, but what I'm saying
why
is
are you against it?
Why am I against it?
Yeah.
I think it was unfounded claims for the reason for the invasion.
Yeah, and I think once again there's unfounded claims. Just before the Iran war started, Oman's foreign minister said Iran agreed to transfer or dilute the highly enriched uranium. Once highly enriched uranium is diluted, you can't change it back to being, enriched. It's not possible. Then Trump started a war with Israel based on the idea he was going to do regime change. And he did so badly that not only has he failed in regime change, the Iranians actually look stronger than before.
I don't know why you keep saying this regime change. I just disagree with that. It's cool. I don't think that was the premise of it, dude.
It's very obvious. It's very obviously it was about regime change.
It was about them enriching uranium past what the agreement stated, the previous agreement stated.
Well, you know who ended the JCPOA?
Trump did.
Yeah, right. There's the problem. Trump ended the JCPOA.
Yeah, there was a good reason for it, though.
Why?
The reason for ending the JCPOA is that they were utilizing threshold theory. The JCPOA agreement made it so that they were able to actually operate in a way where they were making the things for a nuclear weapon, but they were doing it in a way where they were utilizing like a certain threshold.
How were they able to make things for a nuclear weapon under the JCPOA?
So we had evidence. We had evidence from Israel.
Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't. But the thing is, wait. But the thing is, right? Is like, if you look at Israeli intelligence here, does Israel have a motive to lie when it comes to Iranian nuclear enrichment? Yeah, because Israel wants to be the only power in the Middle East, North Africa region. It wants to be the only superpower. Iran is a threat to that. Iran being able to basically have sanctions removed, being able to trade, being able to build up missiles, which would never really threaten America, but would theoretically threaten American bases and military equipment in the region, is the only threat it posed to America. But again, they shouldn't be in the region anyway, but they could have threatened Israel. So I do think when America doesn't have that intelligence and all of a sudden they magically get Israeli intelligence saying Iran's going to build a nuke, that I don't really trust it. It's like the thing of, Benjamin Netanyahu, and I'm aware that some of the times he wasn't in power, but he has been saying for decades, Iran is going to build a bomb, Iran's going to build the nuclear bomb, and they never did it. In fact, there was a fatwa against developing nuclear weapons. In my understanding, the only time that the Iranians apparently ever considered doing it prior to recent years, where there may be consideration after the American attack, the only time they considered it was when they believed allegedly that Saddam Hussein had nuclear weapons, but they only believed that because the Americans said so. But there's no real truth to this.
You have no grounds and no evidence to say that the Iranian regime was never really attempting to make nuclear weapons. That's just crazy to say.
Well,
what's the evidence for that?
There was a fatwa against developing nuclear weapons. They signed the JCPOA. Under the JCPOA, it was impossible for them to obtain nuclear weapons. The US basically had observation over every Iranian nuclear site. And also, by the way, the other thing about nuclear weapons is I don't think nuclear proliferation is a good, but don't you think it's kind of weird that we have this sort of strange country which lies about having nuclear weapons that we're close with in that region? Like Israel. Israel objectively does have nuclear weapons. They lie about it, but they do have them. Why are they allowed to have them? They've invaded way more countries than Iran has.
Yeah, because Israel has shown us that they have the actual capability of not using nuclear weapons for small scale issues. Okay? They're not going to go out and use a nuclear weapon for they've had nukes since 1950, dude.
Yeah, but they're crazy terrorists as well.
They're not terrorists, dude.
So what defines a terrorist? You're the one who used the term.
Yeah, terrorist is going to basically be someone that basically causes unnecessary, unneeded harm based on an actual ideology, typically.
Yeah, and Israel has objectively done that all over the Middle East to huge numbers of civilians.
What is the ideology they're operating off of?
Israel has a belief that it has a right to security, but Israel's belief in security is security for a state. But the thing is you can't. No, it's not a good way.
That's not an ideology. What the hell? Oh, that's like saying America. That's like saying America is operating from the ideology. If they invade another country that attacks them, that we're operating from the ideology that we have rights to our security. Like what, dude? They're a sovereign fucking country, dude.
That is the ideology that America operates of, that they have a right to security from anyone and everyone in the world, but they don't give a shit about the consequences for people. When it comes to Israel, their ideology is so perverse, okay? Because Israel believes that it has a right to security, but how Israel has always operated is it could have got security, but it continually refuses to get security because it won't do a two-state solution. I don't think a two-state solution is a just and moral solution to the problems of the Palestinian people. But the whole thing is Israel could have had that years ago if it was just able to accept international law. But then how Israel operates is they go, right, we're going to keep an occupation of another people's land. We're continually going to deny them self-determination. We're continually going to deny them basic human decency and rights. We're continually going to slaughter them and violate the Geneva Convention. And then whenever they do anything to us, we're going to use that as a justification to take more land for them, piss them off more, and then say we need security from the people people who are pissed off at us. That is a completely perverse and disgusting justification. In the same way that you as an American keep on going, well, we need security from the Iranians, but you meddled in their politics continually. You are the ones who got a deal with them where they weren't trying to kill all of you, where they agreed to some kind of, non-nuclear proliferation. And yet that wasn't good enough for you guys. You had some moronic pedo president who came in and then decided to rip it up and follow Israel's lead.
All right. This is what we're going to do. I have limited time, okay? So I have to get going. But I want to come back. We're going to continue this conversation in the future.
Okay, thanks.
No problem.
I just want to say to the person who's like, you get lost in the sauce and you miss points. If you ever try this yourself, you'll start to understand what happens. You're talking about lots of things and you're thinking on the fly. You'll probably come up with things that I don't come up with, and that's great for you. But just remember that it's like when you're watching someone debate, it's a different thing. I always think about that when people are doing this. Right, are any of these people requesting to debate? Well, what do you want to do? Bro, add me, I am Iranian. Well, but I don't think you want to debate. I don't know what you want. Why is Zionism bad? Look at what it's done to Palestinians. Nice trim, Chris. What fade did you get? An epic one. An epic one. Hello?
Finally. Can you hear me?
I can hear you. What's up?
Okay, so your statement on number 3. So I'm Iranian. My parents are Iranian. I can speak Iranian. I've been to Iran
Okay.
so many times. Right, so I want to get that out the way.
Okay.
When you say Trump has lost the war, can you give me the metrics as to what he's lost?
Yeah, I think it's pretty evident that Trump went in there to do regime change. He totally failed at that. He wanted to stop nuclear proliferation. I have no idea how Trump is closer to that, especially after the amount of munitions that he's spent there, and also the amount of American influence and clout in the MENA region that's cost him. And also, I think when it comes to, degrading Iran's position, I think you must surely recognize that Iran, maybe not Iran the country, but certainly the government in Iran is in a way better position than it was in January.
Okay. So let's talk about financially. The Iranian regime, right? We all know that it's a sanctioned country. Majority of their money comes from invading sanctions, selling oil to China, for example. All of this. I speak to my family in Iran. They've got over 300% inflation. So one day, imagine going to Tesco's.
I understand the concept of inflation.
I want to tell you.
But the thing is like I'm not someone who's never read about Iran. I understand that when there's inflation, you go to the shop and stuff is expensive.
Sure. And would you not agree that you are only as powerful as the population that you're controlling thinks you're as powerful as?
Yes, and I think that one of the things though is like, okay, so I mean, you apparently you support Pahlavi. Is that true?
Listen, I support anyone.
But let me tell you a story, okay? So the person who you worship, this like bizarre, weird king who's never had a job and done anything with his life, just lives off money stolen from Iranians.
I'm not talking about Reza Pahlavi.
In 1980,
that's a completely different topic.
In 1980, wait. I'll give you. Wait. We should talk about him. We should talk about him. Hold on. But there's a reason. There's a reason.
No, but it's important because you're diverting. My whole argument here is about the Islamic Republic's war right now with America.
Can I still read you? So obviously Reza Pahlavi was pretty pissed off in 1979. His family had just been deposed. The Islamic Republic was calling for his king.
My grandparents went out for that
great. Okay, great. I'm glad to hear. But I want to explain to you. I don't need you to jump in. I just want to tell you something. Okay, so after that happened, Reza Pahlavi wrote a message to Iran, and he said he offered to fulfill his national patriotic duties as an officer, and like every Iranian, act accordingly. So he said this in relation to the invasion. He literally said he was offering his blood to fight for the Islamic Republic against the invasion by Saddam Hussein, okay? And the reason that this is relevant is the sense of, like, I agree with you. Back in January, the Islamic Republic looked like it was at a dead end. Its economy was doing incredibly badly. People were incredibly unhappy, and I have no doubt that those feelings still linger. And then Donald Trump began an invasion of Iran by massacring over 100 school children on the first day. He also, on another day, fired experimental... No, be quiet, because I've not... No, I can't have this. I can't have this where you just talk over me. I can't have this. I can't have this because I'm finishing this point. I am finishing this point.
Finish your point and then let me respond.
Okay, on another day, Trump used experimental American weaponry to massacre a girls' volleyball team, okay? It is very obvious that this has inflamed patriotism inside of Iran. What the Islamic Republic, after all of its failures to deliver on things, has certainly managed to deliver on is beating back America. America is in a stuck position. It cannot get Iran to capitulate, and it cannot take back what it wants, which is the Strait of Hormuz.
Chris, where can I respond? Because I'm talking about economically right now, and then you just went on a mad tangent talking to me about Reza Pahlavi. I didn't even bring up his name. Okay, let's take each point step by step. Okay, just because I support someone else, and you know what, my whole family in Iran supports Reza Pahlavi as well, right? It's not just the diaspora. The reason why the diaspora is so vocal is because they shut down the internet for majority of 2026. Do you talk about that?
Where's the massive celebrations of Pahlavi now? Where is the massive celebrations of Pahlavi now?
What do you mean, what celebrations?
Well, the internet's back on in Iran. Why are there not massive protests if everyone wants Pahlavi? Why?
Search up the freedom of speech index on the internet. Look where Iran is in that metric.
I'm sure, but people protested back in January.
We in the UK can come out and say, Keir Starmer, you're a wanker, but go out and say, go out in Iran and say, we don't want Moshtaba Khamenei. See what happens to you then, okay? So let's take a couple steps back, right? Listen, you might say Iran's losing this war. People in Iran thought that the Islamic Republic of Iran, the people that run the regime, are untouchable, right? In the first day, they killed Khamenei. That's what people were celebrating. You don't understand when a dictator dies, right? And you've seen what it's done to its own people, right? Why are you looking like that?
Because you're living in a fantasy. You're living in a fantasy world.
No. You've never had to experience living in a dictatorship, right, where your freedom are completely wiped out. Do you know in Iran you can't get a government job unless you serve in the military, for example? And if you decline,
doesn't Iran have mandatory conscription?
Yes, it does.
So
in Iran,
that would basically enable anyone to get a government job because they have mandatory conscription.
In Iran, let's say you want to leave Iran, right? They won't give you a passport unless you've done mandatory military service, for example. That's how much of a dictatorship it is, right? Listen,
I think you can get out of Iran in other ways because I know someone who definitely didn't serve.
My uncle, listen, my uncle didn't do military service. They didn't give him his passport. He wanted to come to Turkey, see us in Turkey. They didn't give him his passport. They said you have to complete your military service and then they'll give you your passport.
Okay.
It's a mafia-run dictatorship. Unless you've lived in it, unless you've got family members in it, you can't be looking like that and saying we're factually incorrect.
But the point is when you talk about, this is all like fantastic. Khamenei is dead. Who rules Iran right now?
You tell me. Because the leader hasn't appeared yet. You tell me. You think?
But it's pretty evident that those who are aligned with him ideologically are running the country.
Right. Yes.
Well, and the same people who were there. Ali Khamenei might be dead, but those who were adherents of his are still alive. Like this whole notion of it now being not untouchable. By the way, do you know that when the Islamic Republic started, even it involves Ali Khamenei himself. Khamenei never had his hand up because it was wounded. He was almost killed in a bombing. Go look up what the MEK managed to kill at the start of the Islamic Revolution. They killed pretty much the entirety of the leadership, or a considerable amount of it.
Because he got wounded in war, that makes him a saint.
He didn't get what? Jesus Christ! Are you bloody mental? When was I saying he was a saint? I'm making a point about this notion of like killing the leadership doesn't work.
Listen. right now in Iran, I'm talking about the Iranian people in Iran. They once thought that the Islamic Republic, the people in charge, are untouchable. They even said, if America launches a missile to Iran, we will retaliate. We will retaliate. We will retaliate. We will retaliate every single time. What did they do in the first day of war? They killed the supreme leader, a spiritual, supposedly Shia leader, right? They killed him on the first day of war. They killed 40 commanders as well in the first day of war, right? If we're going back by what they're saying, right, they should have completely wiped out the Middle East by now, but they didn't. Because you know why? Because the people in the suits going on TV, like Pezeshkian, you know who Pezeshkian is?
Yeah.
You know who Arafji is? These people are dying to make a deal. Ghalibaf, the parliament speaker, they're dying to make a deal because they've got no more money. They can't even pay the IRGC. They can't even pay the actual soldiers that do the killing.
So why hasn't it collapsed?
No, but listen.
So why hasn't it collapsed? If they have no money, if they can't pay, why hasn't it collapsed?
Name me one country in the world in history and time.
Why hasn't it collapsed?
50 days of war, it collapsed. The whole regime collapsed.
I mean, they got Saddam Hussein when in the invasion of Iraq.
How long did that take?
I think they killed Saddam in like December, maybe?
Okay, how long did that take? Give me a time frame.
But the country was done by that point. Saddam Hussein was hiding. He was in like a rat hole. When they came into Iraq.
How long did that war take? How long did that war take?
Well, what? To do what? I mean, the war lasted for, what, 20 years?
There we go. We're literally not even...
Yeah, but wait. Why would you cite that? Why would you cite that, okay? Or you could cite the Taliban in Afghanistan, okay?
Because, look,
so the US... Wait. The US conquered, the defeated the Taliban incredibly fast.
You can't invade Iran when it comes to troops on the ground. Do you know why? Because geographically, it's impossible. You've got the Zagros Mountains on one side.
So how do you take out the Islamic Republic then?
Okay, let me get to that, right? You need to understand that there needs to be how can I say, a certain atmosphere where regime change can happen, right? You need to first cripple the economy, which the economy in Iran is crippled. The price of eggs goes up like the stock market. People can't afford themselves, afford to eat. The average salary in Iran is 20 million toman, right? Do you know how much? Do you know how much a kilo of lamb is in Iran right now?
That's your family you're talking about.
Yes, it's the same. Look, it's my.
That's 90 million people you're talking about.
Yes.
Do you not realize how perverse that is?
Exactly.
Those are 90 million people in a country. They're 90 million people. Those are 90 million people in a country. But you don't live there. You don't live there. You're not actually suffering this. You're not actually suffering this.
Imagine how much it hurts to see my cousins and my uncles and my aunts and my grandparents in Iran struggling to get by. And I don't blame America 1%. I don't blame America. I blame these people. No.
The thing is,
these people that before the revolution happened, they promised free electricity.
You act as if. But wait.
Khomeini's first speech when he became in power, do you know what he said? He said, "We don't need patriotic people. We need Muslims." That's what he said. We are occupied by the Islamic Republic.
No, you are not. No, you are not. No, you are not. You are literally... Wait. I'm going to mute you for a second. If you genuinely believe that your country has been occupied by some foreign thing, then you don't know your country's own history. Your country, back in even like at the start when there was the constitutional revolution, there was an element of Islam in that. But the revolution that occurred in 1979 when the Pahlavis were overthrown was massively popular. It was one of the most popular revolutions in history in terms of the amount of... Be quiet for a second. You've just talked a load of shit and pretend... Okay. It was a massively popular revolution. You are not occupied by... You can criticize them all you want, but this notion you're occupied by foreign powers is fed to you by, like, Iran International and what's that other stupid TV show. I don't disagree with you about the Islamic Republic being authoritarian. Be quiet for a second. Be quiet for a second because you're just talking incessant nonsense.
It's stupid.
You're talking incessant nonsense. You're talking...
A non-Iranian is telling me what I need to feel and understand. That's so ridiculous.
You don't live there.
You're basically... What I'm echoing to you...
I don't even know. Like, this is the problem.
No, but what I'm echoing to you is what my whole family in Iran that lives under that regime is telling me. So I can only be their voice. And when someone that lives in the West, right, is pro left, pro this.
You
pro
live
that,
in the
right?
West.
It's telling
You
me-
live
it's
in the
telling me
West.
that- it's
You
telling
live
me-
in the West. Stop this.
I
Stop
am
this.
so privileged
You've grown
enough,
up here.
and I'm so
You are.
privileged
Look,
enough.
look, 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 look,
No, no, no.
look, 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 look. Your family is one family inside of Iran. There are 90 million people living
Yes.
there. They.
Yes.
I don't want to hear your stories about
Okay,
how
the
personally
90 million
I'm.
people go on the
Oh
street
my
for Khamenei's
God,
funeral.
Jesus
The
Christ.
90 million people
Jesus
go on the street for Khamenei's funeral.
I can't talk to you if you're this dense. Like I genuinely cannot.
The 90 million
I
people
can't
go on the street
can't
for
communicate.
Khamenei's
Even
funeral.
communicating with like a Zionist propagandist is easier than this because you are so dense that you won't even let me say, yeah,
Did
I
90
don't.
million people go and go to Khamenei's funeral when he died? Did 90 million people go? Or was majority of people imported from Afghanistan and Pakistan that came and paid their condolences? Because majority of the people that I know in Tehran didn't go out that day. They actually went to the north. They actually got out of the city. When he died, why are there videos of people celebrating in Iran when he died? There was fireworks going off. But are we all Zionists now? Are we all Zionist propagandists now?
What about the fact that there are tens and tens of millions of people inside of Iran who do like the Islamic Republic?
Where'd you get that metric from?
Well, what do you think the number is?
I don't know. You tell me.
Well, you're the Iranian who knows everything and has the
I
barometer on the
think-
opinions of
I
every
think-
Iranian. So how many Iranians like him? How many Iranians don't?
I think maybe 20% support the Islamic Republic.
Okay, so 20% is what? 18, 20 million people?
No. Let's say
Well,
the
that's
population of
18,
Iran is
20 million
100 million.
people.
Okay, 20 million. Let's say 20 million support the Islamic Republic. Okay, sure. Is that a majority?
No.
Okay. Is that a minority? Yes.
But
It is a minority.
the point I'm making is you're saying that you speak for all Iranians. You most definitely
Majority
don't.
of them.
No, you don't. No, you don't. This whole notion of you speaking for any
the
kind
Islamic Republic that speaks for
You
20%
believe-
is-
you
is
believe-
the right
you
person to
believe
speak
that
for my country.
you believe that Pahlavi is like the guaranteed ruler
No.
of Iran. You believe
I
that you
haven't
are
even
saying that
brought up his
everyone
name.
kind of
I'm not
wants him.
bringing his name up. I'm not even
You
bringing
did
his
bring
name
his
up.
name
I'm
up.
talking about the Islamic Republic of Iran.
Yeah.
That's what I'm talking about. I'm not talking about a constitutional monarchy, not monarchy, or a dictator. I'm not talking about Pahlavi or his dad or Reza or Mossadegh. I'm not talking about all these people. I'm talking about the Islamic Republic of Iran.
Yeah, what
Why-
about it? I don't really know what you're trying to say.
As soon as I jumped on the pool, as soon as you heard Pahlavi, like, oh shit, Pahlavi support, oh my god, this, that. You need to just take
Because
Pahlavi out of this whole debate. I'm not
Because-
talking about Reza Pahlavi.
but the thing is you don't even allow someone to talk is the problem.
Go ahead.
Because
Well,
when
for
have
the
I
first 5
ever
minutes, you're
because
dialogue.
when have I ever endorsed the
dialogue.
Islamic Republic and all of its practices? I think Iranians should get to choose what they live under to some extent at least. But I don't think can you give me I'll ask you a question. Can you give me a historical example of where America has invaded a country and that has been good and they have allowed them to choose who they actually want?
Okay, can I change the question a little
No,
bit?
no, answer the question.
Germany. They came and saved our asses from the Germans.
They
Was it
came
not
and saved. It was
problem?
more the Russians who saved us from the Germans.
What was that? No, but they still participated in
But
that.
that's one example. How many countries has America invaded and changed the regimes of?
But do you call this an invasion?
I think when you drop bombs, kill the leader, when you kill hundreds of school children inside of Iran, when you kill...
You love going to talking about the kids in Mina. Do you know what happened in 2020 and 2019 when
But the thing
hundreds-
is
when
you can't
when
answer. You
hundreds
have
of
to. You have to
girls'
run around
hundreds of
because you're
girls'
not going to
schools in
know.
Iran
Can
were
you answer the
poisoned
question? Can you answer the
for massive
question?
Armenian protests. Why do you talk about
Can
that?
you answer the question?
Why do you talk about that?
Because when did I endorse the Islamic Republic? I've literally just given you a statement about the Islamic Republic.
You
But
as a person that lives in the West,
I-
you should completely despise the Islamic Republic. You shouldn't even give them a notion of succeeding.
My problem is I would like people in Iran to live a good life, by the way. I think the majority of people, the vast majority of people in Iran are decent human beings. I would rather that they weren't starved through sanctions. And the reason that I will get to why I disagree with all of this shit, why I think invasion is so dumb, is not only has it failed here, I think it's pretty evident that it's failed. I think the Islamic Republic is not out of power. All of these economic issues already existed, yet now it controls the Strait of Hormuz and has global leverage. But when it comes to...
It doesn't control the Strait of Hormuz.
Okay, you can live in a fantasy world or you can deal with reality.
America...
But let's just... Can you be quiet for a second? Can you be quiet? Can you be quiet? Can you be quiet? Can you be quiet? Because I've asked you a question. I've asked you a question. When has America invaded a country, regime changed it, and it was for the good? When was it good? When did they do it for the good of the people who live there?
I'm not saying America's doing it for the good of the people. We Iranians are in such a shit position that we've got on one side the Islamic Republic of Iran killing us for protesting and killing us in the thousands, right? And then we got on the left-hand side, we've got America. Listen, majority of the bombs that have dropped in Iran, right? The majority at military installations. Of course, the Minov school is a tragedy, 100%. Those are the children of Iran, 100%. But majority of those bombings have happened at military installations.
Can you answer the question, though, of when America invaded a country for its good? Because all they want to do in your country...
There is none.
Okay, so the whole thing... So the reason I make this point as well is... By the way, you know, Iran is not the only country that has had thousands of protesters massacred. Do you know what happened to Egyptians when they protested?
When was that?
In 2013. Do you know what happened?
Tell me.
The man who Barack Obama's Secretary of State, John Kerry, praised for restoring democracy in Egypt, he hadn't. He'd engaged in a military coup. This was under Obama, by the way. He killed 1,000 protesters in Rabat, massacred them. He even killed a Sky News. Even killed a Sky News cameraman. He killed 1,000 people. Okay,
1,000 people.
I think however many people were killed in Iran.
People. You're comparing 1,000 people dying to around 40,000 people being massacred with machine guns.
By the way, I first of all, I do think the Islamic Republic killed a number of people. I think that 40,000 number is fictitious, though.
You know what? I wish we lived where in a world where Iran would allow foreign journalists to go independently verify that number. Would you not agree with me on that?
Because well, the thing is
you can't sit here and tell me you don't believe in the 40,000 number, right? When there is no independent journalism done.
HRANA is doing HRANA is trying to do some kind of verification of that number.
Okay. Have they been allowed in Iran yet?
No, but they have been able to verify about 5,000 deaths, I think.
Okay, 5,000. You know, the Islamic Republic of Iran came out and said only around 3,000 people have died.
Maybe it is 3,000. Maybe it's 5,000. Whether you kill 100 of your own protesters, 5,000, 10,000, all of that is awful. I don't think that number was the number. I think the amount of people that were killed was pushed to basically justify invasion of Iran. By the way, there are historical lies about countries doing ill things. I mean, they literally, I don't trust anything that the Western press says on the whole. They made up Saddam had nuclear weapons. They made out that babies were thrown out of incubators in Kuwait. They made up lies about what Hamas did on October the 7th. The president of America repeated those lies.
I'm telling you, as an Iranian, as someone that my cousin went out and protested on the 9th of January, I'm telling you, people went out in their millions. That's why they cut off the internet. That's why now in Iran, they're passing legislation that if you have any contact with any foreign media, that's basically a will against God and they will execute you. That's why executions this year have gone on an industrial scale in Iran.
You don't need to tell me about the bad things that Iran does.
No.
Because I'm aware. Okay, and I don't like them.
Because sometimes you're so against the West and so against imperialism and America and this, that, right? The whole vibe I'm getting off of you is like you'd rather Iran win than America.
I mean, I don't think America winning. I don't think America winning.
Win in this war?
Who would I rather win? Iran.
Yes, exactly. I'm telling you, if you go and live under the Islamic Republic for one day, you will shit yourself.
What do you mean?
You will shit yourself.
I don't want to. I'm well aware of what the Islamic Republic is like.
Why would you want a country? Why would you want a country? No. Why would you want? Okay, but let me ask you my question, and I'll mute myself. Okay. Why do you want a regime that oppresses its own people, treats women as second-class citizens?
Okay.
Right. Okay. Win a war against one of the freest countries in the world. That I'm not gonna lie, millions of people would love to live in the United States.
Okay. Right. When it comes to the United States, I think the United States has been like an evil scourge on the world. I think it has. I don't think it's one of the freest countries in the world. Sure, it has better civil liberties than a lot of places. No doubt. No doubt. You just said you'd mute yourself and let me answer, or are you going to just start doing this like whole thing of shouting? I don't care for the Islamic Republic. I think Iranians should have the right to choose under something. I think it's committed many atrocities, many ills. It's engaged in authoritarian practices, and I'm not an authoritarian. I don't like it. I don't care. I don't care about its victory in the sense of like, oh, I really, really, really want it to win because of, I don't know, it being the Islamic Republic. I just don't like America. I think America, for all of the things that they say, Iran does these terrible things and we just can't support them because of it. They didn't give a shit as Israel killed tens of thousands in Gaza. They don't give a shit as the Emiratis help and aid and abet the killing of tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands of people in Sudan. In fact, they're actively complicit in it. They didn't give a shit when Sisi killed over 1,000 protesters and has ran a brutal torture regime in Egypt. They don't give a shit when the Saudis execute people. They don't give a shit when tens of thousands of... No, you said, shush. They don't give a shit when tens of thousands of people are killed by bombing in Yemen and then hundreds of thousands more are killed by famine. In fact, they train the Saudi fighter jets, the fighter pilots. They service the Saudi fighter jets as they go and do that. This whole notion that America has the best interests of Iranians at heart is fundamentally a lie.
I agree with you that. I agree with you with that.
So why would you advocate for them to bomb your country when you're like, no, I want better things for Iranians? They'll put a dictator in there just as quick as they want to. Look at Venezuela. They got rid of Maduro in a day. It looked like a clean operation. Right now,
Venezuelan friends.
The country.
Venezuelan friends.
Oh my God.
No. I'm asking you. I'm asking you. Venezuelan friends.
No.
No, I've got 2 Venezuelan friends, and they were like, "Thank God Maduro's gone."
What do they think about their country being run by Marco Rubio?
They said.
What do they think about their country being run by Marco Rubio?
I didn't go that far to ask them the question, but they said, "Thank
So
God
you,
Maduro's gone."
wait.
Chris, you're a white man living in the UK, right?
Yes,
You've
yes.
never lived.
I'm aware.
Never lived in any of these countries.
I'm aware.
So I think it's a little bit rich coming from you, like that's lived a privileged life.
Yeah.
That's never got to experience these dictators and never got to experience.
How much of your life did you grow up in Iran?
I lived until the age of 15 there.
Really?
Yes, I'm 24.
Really?
Yes.
So you lived there from the age of 15?
Yeah, until the age of 15. I mean, I was born there, and then I lived there I lived in the UK for like a couple of years, like 3 years, and went back, and then until the age of 15, I stayed there, but then I came back here. So
your English accent is very, very, very strong.
Yes.
But
go listen. Go and speak to a lot of Iranians. They have the same accent as me. That's
most Iranians I meet who grew up there and lived there for a long time have a way stronger Iranian accent than you do.
Do you want me to speak in Iranian? I can speak to an Iranian as well.
Okay.
Do you
a little bit.
want to verify? Do you want to verify?
Yeah, go on.
Salam khubi, koskashin na agenda.
Okay, very basic.
Oh, very basic. Okay. What does that mean?
Hello, how are you? I didn't hear the second part.
It said.
You said salam. You said salam khubi.
Salam khubi. Mother.
That means what does salam khubi mean?
Okay, what does the second part mean?
Say it again.
Mother jende koskesh.
I don't speak that much Farsi, but you said it means you're an idiot.
Okay. The Iranians in the group chat know exactly what I said.
But the point is, the
thing is, Venezuelans are happy that Maduro went. Majority of them.
But you don't, right? You know 2 people from Venezuela.
That's 2 more than you.
There are millions of Venezuelans.
That's 2 more than you.
There are millions of Venezuelans. Okay. I'm not going to base all of my politics on the opinions of 2 people.
Of Venezuela.
I'm not going to base my opinions on those of 2 people. Okay.
Okay. We're going to base it off.
So,
BBC.
what's happening right now? What's happening right now in Venezuela?
You tell me.
Venezuela is run by Marco Rubio.
Okay.
And they're also run by they're also run by a puppet of America, Delcy Rodriguez, who is from the same clique of people as Maduro.
Is the UK a puppet of America as well?
What do you mean?
Do we not benefit from the United States? Did Keir Starmer not go beg for JLR not to get taxed?
But fundamentally,
10%
okay.
tariff?
But fundamentally, there is a difference.
Everyone has a master in this world. Every country has a master.
But fundamentally, it's very different, okay, from the UK.
Not very different.
The UK is definitely under the thumb of America. I 100% agree with you on that. But there is a fundamental difference. Let me ask you a question. Does Marco Rubio announce when our prime minister is going to meet another prime minister from another country? Does he announce it before our own country does?
I think Donald Trump did say that Andy Burnham was going to become prime minister before he announced it. So
no, does he announce?
And he did say that he's going to open up the North Sea before Andy Burnham announced it. So I think your question is a little bit irrelevant.
But this is no. That is so dumb. That is so
the exact same thing that you're saying right now.
That is so incredibly dumb. Everyone, okay, first of all, everyone knew Andy Burnham. Everyone knew that Andy Burnham was going to win, first of all. When it comes to Delcy Rodriguez, okay, Marco Rubio announced Delcy Rodriguez is going to meet Indian delegates. Delcy Rodriguez hadn't announced that yet. That was made public by the Americans. They are making decisions, okay? There are also billions of dollars worth of oil that is just missing, that has been taken from Venezuela.
I've got a question.
Okay.
The average Venezuelan, would they benefit being under Maduro's watch or under America's watch?
Well, I mean, right now America's stealing their oil, so I don't think it benefits them being under America's rule.
Okay, but how long has this Maduro incident happened? Hasn't it? It's been less than a year.
And what, in that time, America's ruling over the country and is thieving their oil?
Do you expect money to grow on trees in a year?
I don't expect oil to be stolen from countries, but also I think our history tells us that human beings all over the world want a right for their country to have independence, to have some kind of to have some kind of right to choose.
That's exactly what I want for Iranians.
Brilliant. Okay.
I'm gonna tell you before I go. I want to tell you my own personal story from my grandparents because they were revolutionists. My grandmother wears a hijab and stuff like that. Like they're Shias, right? I want to tell you a story. My grandmother was a head teacher in the Pahlavi era, right? She went out and wanted regime change. They wanted Pahlavi gone because he spent too much money on these grand, festivals trying to promote Iran's tourism and stuff like that, right? Back in the day, obviously they didn't want him, even though he was trying to progress Iran, which he was.
He spent billions on a foreign dinner for American diplomats, and the American diplomats, by the way, were so racist about Iranians that the Shah knew that they weren't even going to be able to serve them Iranian food, and so they had to rent out a French restaurant to fly it over, and the country was filled with poverty.
A million mistakes. We all know that. Hence why revolution.
The Shah made a million mistakes. He also, by the way, he's
dead. Why are you talking about someone he doesn't even exist?
You're talking about him.
I want to tell you the vibe going on from in Iranian we say Panjor Hafti, the 57ists, the people that went out and protested in 1979, but in Iranian calendar it's 57. Anyways, right? What I'm trying to tell you is that those people that went out and protest, people like my grandparents that wanted a Islamic Republic of Iran, right? They even tell me now, they said we got fed lies. Khomeini said, we're going to nationalize oil, nationalize electricity, nationalize power, water, everything. It will be free. We've got ample amounts of it. It should all be free, right? He said women's rights will be elevated, even though we gave women the right to vote before Switzerland. But people do forget about that because Pahlavi was an evil crook. Anyways,
you didn't have democracy in the 1970s. You barely had democracy under Pahlavi anyway. What's it matter if you can vote? You can just vote for... He instituted a singular party. What's it called? Rastakhiz or something? He had a singular party. What's the point in voting? What's the point in voting in a single party?
Did I say that this guy was correct?
Well, you're acting as if he was like this amazing guy you keep throwing in, sprinkling in these things of how good he was.
What I'm trying to say, my grandparents in the 37 years of his reign, and they compare it to now, which has nearly been 50 years of the Islamic Republic, because even before 79, Khomeini had a lot of power in Iran, right? They're saying we got fed lies. It's the same liberalist, left-wing idealists that saying we should nationalize this, nationalize that, free water, free electricity, this, that. And what has that achieved the average Iranian? Absolutely nothing.
And what did the Shah achieve the average Iranian? 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 What did the Shah achieve the average Iranian?
You done, Chris?
What did the Shah achieve the average Iranian?
Chris?
What did the Shah achieve the average Iranian?
Are you done?
Go on.
Okay. Masoud Pezeshkian, the president right now of the Islamic Republic, he said in an interview, it's out there, just search it up. I'll tell you exactly what he said. He said, when I was serving for the military under the Pahlavi era, he said a month's wages bought me a Honda motorcycle while he was serving. A Honda motorcycle, right? He's saying because Pezeshkian, he's a heart surgeon. He has a lot of scientific background before he went into politics. He's saying that now that I've got qualifications of being a heart surgeon, of being, have ample amounts of education, and even now that I'm president, it takes me 3 months just to get that same Honda. He's saying that the Shah, we all criticize the Shah. He's saying that he built railway networks to connect Mashhad to Tehran, to Qom, to Bandar Abbas. He created those railways. Right now, there's no infrastructure whatsoever.
What do you think about the Savak? What do you think about the Savak?
What do I think about the IRGC? It's 10 times worse.
But what do you think about the Savak?
The Savak was so bad that they exiled Khomeini. That's how bad they were.
But the Savak also tortured.
They told Khomeini.
They tortured people to death, mate.
Go and live in France. They didn't even execute him.
They tortured people to death, mate.
Okay, how many people did they torture?
I don't know. A sizable number.
Yeah, sizable amount. Okay.
Thousands.
How many people has Islamic Republic tortured?
Probably thousands as well.
I will go as far and say the Islamic Republic have killed millions of Iranians.
When did the Islamic Republic kill millions of Iranians?
Sorry, what?
When did the Islamic Republic kill millions of Iranians?
Ghalibaf, for example, the parliament speaker of Iran right now, when he was mayor of Tehran, he ordered Iranian students to be thrown off of buildings because they were protesting.
When?
2009 movement.
When? Ghalibaf orders Iranian students thrown off roofs. When?
2009.
What's the source for this?
It's there. There's videos of it. I've seen the videos.
I'm really not seeing like much reputable stuff coming up about this.
Give me a second. Okay. The link is 1999 student protest. It's called Britannia. If you just search up Ghalibaf throwing people off of buildings, it's called Encyclopedia Britannica.
This isn't.
Please read it because it's a published article.
Where?
Britannica.
Encyclopedia Britannica, 99 protests, Iran. Okay.
All the Iranians, right? You can even read the chat.
Where does it say this? Where does it say this?
Where does it say this?
Where does it say this? You said that there's an article that says that he threw people off a roof.
Yeah. Literally, give me a second. I don't know how I can send you the link. I'm on my Mac.
Well, just tell me what the name of the article is.
What was Mohammad Bakr Ghalibaf's involvement in the 1999 student protests? It was published 8th of July 2026.
Okay, where does it say that in the article? What was Mohammad Ghalibaf's... Okay, I found it. It says was a key security figure in the IRGC during the crackdown, which took place as the government began restricting outlets that favoured reformist ideas. The crackdown was brutal, killing several students, and hundreds more were injured or detained. Ghalibaf's role in the crackdown is unclear, but he later claimed in some instances he had personally beaten protesters and said in other instances that he had refused orders to open fire. After the protest subsided, he signed a letter claiming that the protest was a threat to... It doesn't say what you just said.
No, but you really think it's going to come out? The IRGC is going to come out and say, yeah,
but the thing is you sent me an article. You said that there was 100%...
What you just read right now is disgusting.
But the whole point is,
imagine the people in Oxford, right? Saying,
but the thing is wait. But this is why I think when someone like you comes on and you tell me that I have to believe everything you say because you're an Iranian, when I've already affirmed the fact that I don't agree with the Islamic Republic, I don't agree with authoritarianism, I don't agree with killing protesters, I don't agree with preventing legitimate protest, you say, oh no, he actually threw everyone off roofs himself. He did that, and that's openly. Everyone knows it. No, they don't. Everyone does not know this. You are yourself a victim of... You don't live there, okay? And whilst I don't wish to doubt it entirely, I'm not sure you did grow up there. I'm going to be honest. You don't have an Iranian accent in the same way that all the other people...
Because I perfected my accent, it's now playing against me.
But so the whole thing is...
When I apply for a job and I speak perfect English, that's meant to help me, but when I speak about my heritage, about my country,
but when you're saying that you have like an authority because you're from there, when I have not denied any of the things that the Islamic Republic has done, but you have certainly made up a lot of nonsense that they've not done. You said that everyone knew something and that it was available in articles, but the articles do not say what you claimed, that he'd thrown people off roofs.
Maybe because in the Iranian community, we know that all of this occurs and we've been normalized.
But you don't live there. So you're in a community of people, probably in the UK, who don't live there. You don't live there now. And I don't like this notion. I don't like this knowledge. I don't like this idea that you have this immutable knowledge that can never be challenged by virtue of being from somewhere. Of course I can't appreciate living under the Islamic Republic. That is categorically true. I've never lived under a dictatorial authoritarian regime. That's true. But the other thing is that you don't speak for everyone. And I know that there are people who are not from my country who know way more about the UK than I do. There just are. They can make commentary. They can say things. They can think things about my country. But when it comes to Iran, you saying
can access internet here without
you saying that you speak for 90 million people and their opinions about the Islamic Republic is factually untrue. It's not real. Sure, 20 million people might... 20 million people support it.
Because the metric doesn't exist.
20 million...
But there are some stuff that we can identify to see the popularity of someone like Reza Pahlavi, for example, right? His Instagram post that when he said on the 8th and 9th of January to go out and protest, do you know how many views they got? On Instagram. That's a metric we can see live and direct.
Come on, mate. Come off this. Come off this. This is mate, come off this. This is because this is insane, mate. This is there are very few things that I would say are straight up just like a disinformation Israeli propaganda campaign. I genuinely think everything going on the Shah with the Shah's son was like, this guy claimed he had 50,000 defectors inside of Iran, and then a few weeks ago admitted that they were just some guys messaging him on Instagram.
No, it's not that. Look, there are many people in Iran that want to defect, but you can't defect like nothing. You can't do that. You have to understand. You haven't seen
Instagram. Well, if you lived in a country, where the leader was killed, can I just show you a video? Let's just have a little video of this little pampered prince talking shit.
I began receiving some, DMs in my social media by elements that say, you know, I'm a Basiji in
I
Mashhad,
don't know what
or
to say to you. I just
I'm
feel
a
sorry.
member.
You're watching a guy. You're watching a guy who you believe is incredibly popular inside of Iran because some people who live in the diaspora with you have told you that he is.
Okay, us in the diaspora, we're completely disconnected from Iran. You're right. We are. We have no family in Iran. We don't speak to our relatives in Iran. You're absolutely right, Chris. You know what? You're right. But I just hope one day, I really hope one day that you never get to experience what I've experienced in Iran, or my family members have, or anyone from the Iranian diaspora has. Because genuinely, I really hope you don't. Because if you do one day experience what we've experienced, I really hope these.
And I hope you never have to. I hope you never have to experience what people whose families got slaughtered in Minab did on the thing that you backed, on the thing that you think is awesome and cool, that has failed to achieve any of the aims that you claim every Iranian wants. How do you think those people in Minab feel who had their families slaughtered by Americans?
It's actually crazy. You're now talking about 170 families compared to thousands of families that lost their lives to going out and protesting.
There were thousands of civilians killed by America, like at least 2,000 civilians.
In 40 days of bombing,
at least 2,000. At least 2,000.
5,000 were killed in 2 nights of protesting by your numbers.
Yeah, it's more than 2 nights. More than 2 nights, but yeah.
Bombs don't discriminate. Bombs drop and blow up everything around it. But
what do you think about? What do you think about as well? What do you think about as well? What do you think about as well? The millions of people inside of Iran. You don't live under sanctions.
Yes, I don't.
What do you think about the millions of people forced into hunger by American sanctions? Sanctions don't discriminate.
Whose fault is the sanctions?
The Americans?
No, because the Islamic Republic's 48 years old. Before the Islamic Republic, there were no sanctions on Iran.
Yeah, because you had a dictator who did what America wanted.
You've got a regime that says we're going to flatten Tel Aviv, we're going to death to America, Marikbar Omrika. They say it in their parliament. Imagine Prime Minister's questions, and now you're saying death to America. Oh, what do you think America's going to do? You fucking idiot! Of course they're going to sanction them.
Well, what do you mean?
Well,
Trump,
what do you mean? Well?
What does Trump
narrative? Why are they funding Hamas?
What do you mean? Why are they funding Hamas?
Why is the Islamic Republic funding
the
Hamas?
axis of resistance?
Wait. Is it okay? I've got a question for you. Is it because they really care about the Palestinian people and they're going to help their resistance, or are they just exploiting the Palestinians, right, to making Hamas do stupid things and go and poke the bear, and then people get massacred? Which one is it? Is it A or B?
Do you think that the Iranian protesters poked the bear?
I'm talking about.
Do you think the Iranian protesters poked the bear?
If your government.
Do you think the Iranian protesters poked the bear? Do you think the Iranian protesters poked the bear? Do you think the Iranian protesters poked the bear?
Your government.
Do you think the Iranian protesters poked the bear?
The government.
Do you think that? Answer the question. Do you think? Do you think that? Do you think that? Yeah, they did. Yeah, they did. Why did they go out on the street when they knew what the Islamic Republic was like? Why did they go out on the street and do that when they knew what the Islamic Republic was like? What do you think the Palestinians want? They live a life that you don't understand. They live a life that Iranians don't understand.
Oh my God! I wish you had the same energy for the Iranian people. I wish you had the same energy for the Iranian people.
Because this is repugnant. This is
how angry
repugnant.
you are right now. Oh my God, Palestinian people.
Because
how about the Iranian people? How about the Iranian people? Look.
I'll answer your question. When did I ever say? When did I ever say? Be quiet for a second. Be quiet for a second. Be quiet for a second. When did I ever say Iranians deserve to die? When did I ever say that? When did I say? When did I say? When did I say? When did I ever say Iranians deserve to die?
Palestine. Oh my God, Palestinian people.
When did I ever say Iranians deserve to die?
You don't give a fuck about Palestine.
When did I ever say? When did I ever say Iranians deserve to die? When did I say? When did I ever say Iranians deserve to die?
Look.
When did I ever say that?
In the conversation, you might.
When did I ever?
Living in Israel.
When did I ever say? When did I ever say Iranians deserve to die?
No. But look.
When did I ever say that?
Palestine.
When did I ever say that?
Never lived a day of life when the Palestinian are under occupation. Look at you. But now, look.
Wait.
The Iranian people are like, oh my God, they're poking the bear. Oh my God, look. You shouldn't go out and protest against your government because you get shot in the head. Oh my God, that's okay, but the Palestinian resistance is more important.
When-
agenda.
When
You're so deluded, bro. You're
when
so
did-
deluded. Listen. You, someone like you, right?
you just offered a direct justification of why Israel had a right to kill tens of thousands of Palestinians, okay?
I didn't say.
You did. You did.
I didn't-
You did. You think
did
you're
not
so...
say that. Don't-
Yes, you did.
Don't mute.
You did.
Don't-
You did.
No.
You did say that. You came on. You're justifying your own countrymen being killed in a country you don't live, by the way. You want your own. You want your Iranian brothers and sisters to die. You want them to be slaughtered by American bombs. You justified Palestinians being killed. You justified Palestinians being killed.
You mute me. Look, you mute me now.
You justified Palestinians being
You're a
killed.
pussy.
You
Let me talk-
justified Palestinians being killed. I think you've talked more than enough.
Oh my God, you're so deluded. I haven't said anything like that. I'm saying, look, Iran propped up Assad. 1 million Syrians died in Assad. My Syrian friends are so glad that Bashar's gone. But who funded them? The Islamic Republic. In Hamas that kills Palestinians as well, by the way. They're not angels of their own people. Have you not seen the videos of the squares when people get literally beheaded
By Hamas.
by Hamas? Yes. Have you not seen videos
Who
of
did
that?
Hamas behead?
Oh my God.
Where? Can you give me?
Do
Wait.
you think Hamas
Back,
has never
back
slaughtered
this up.
anyone and
Back
beheaded
this
anyone
up.
in Gaza?
Because you've just wait. This is the thing. You are a liar.
Oh,
when
I'm
did-
a liar.
Okay.
Oh, کیرم دهنت.
When did?
Karkos مادر جان چقدر داری زر میزنی. You're waffling so fucking much.
But the
You're
thing
waffling
is
so much.
you're the one who's
You
just
never
made.
live- listen, you live in the West, you live in the UK, you're probably a green voter at this point right now because you believe every culture's right and should exist, right? You believe in that, right?
When did Hamas behead someone?
Right,
When
right.
did Hamas behead someone?
Have you not seen the videos?
What video?
Have you not seen the videos of the beheadings of gay Palestinians?
When was the last time Hamas executed someone for being gay?
I don't know. I don't live there.
But
I've seen
you
videos
said
of it.
everyone's seen the videos. When did Hamas
Yeah.
last execute someone
No,
for being gay?
Have you not been in Twitter? Have you not seen the things?
When
that
did
happened?
Hamas? But the thing is I don't just
So you-
watch
so you
random.
support Hamas? Is
But
that
the
what you're
thing
saying?
is I don't
Do
watch.
you support Hamas?
I don't watch random videos and
you support
assume.
Hamas?
I don't watch random videos and assume. When did Hamas
You-
last
you support
execute
Hamas?
someone? When did no? You're not just going to keep asking me this question. You're going to answer this, or I remove you right now. When did Hamas last execute someone for being gay?
Salam dad gare Hamas. Salam dad gare.
When did Hamas last execute someone for being gay? When?
So that's completely inaccurate. They've never done that ever.
When did they last do it?
You're allowed to hold hands as two
When
males.
did they last do it?
You're allowed to do all
But
of that,
this
right?
isn't what you're saying. You said Hamas beheaded people.
You really want me to go and dig up videos?
But the thing
from
is
Twitter?
I don't need videos. I need you to just tell me. You're speaking with such authority. You're Mr. Know-it-all, everything of the Middle East.
No,
you
I'm not
understand
Mr. Know-it-all.
in a way
I'm
that I
Mr.
don't.
I'm Mr. Anti-Islamic Republic that has directly killed thousands of Palestinians. It's their fault.
How did they kill the Palestinians?
Their fault. They fund a terrorist group. They funded Bashar's regime, which killed thousands, millions of Syrians. Only now they're finding their unmarked graves.
When did
Channel
Bashar
4
kill a million
Channel 4
Syrians?
Channel 4 News went inside.
When did
Syria
Bashar kill a
and
million
found 40
Syrians?
unmarked
When
graves.
did Bashar
Well, who
kill a
funded-
million
who funded
Syrians?
Assad? Who
When?
funded Assad? The Islamic Republic.
Who funded the civil war that destroyed Syria?
The Islamic Republic.
Also the Americans. Also
Okay.
the British.
Okay. But I would.
Why is it that you only assign blame to the
Listen,
Islamic Republic?
Listen.
Why? But this is
Okay.
the thing. You speak on
Let's
this.
talk about Iraq right now. for
But you
example,
speak
right?
on this. You speak on this with such authority, but you don't actually know anything. You're telling me
Oh, I
Hamas
know.
are regularly
Chris,
executing gay people. You don't have any proof for this.
You never lived a day in your life in the Middle East, but you do.
But the thing is
Well, you do, Chris.
I do think I'm going to be real with you. I think my knowledge of the Middle East is far superior to yours.
Oh,
Yes.
of course it is because you're pro-Islamic Republic. You want the Islamic Republic of Iran. If they had the chance to rule the United Kingdom, for example, your rights would have been taken away in an instant. In an instant.
I mean,
You have
I've
a
never
dog.
said
You have a
that I
dog.
wanted the
You have a
Islamic
dog.
Republic to rule the United Kingdom.
No,
I've
you have
told
a
you that
dog.
I disagree with them.
You have a dog.
Do I have a dog?
Yeah, do you have a dog?
No.
No. Do you have a cat? Do you have any pets? Do you like dogs?
Wait. Why would it matter
No,
whether I had a cat?
I'll get
Why
there.
would
I'll
it
get
matter
there.
whether I had a
No,
cat?
I'll get there. I'll get there.
Why would it
Do you like
matter
dogs?
whether I have a cat?
You like dogs?
Yeah, dogs are all right.
I love dogs. I've got a dog of my own. In
Well,
Iran, it's illegal to own a dog.
Is that true?
Yes, search it up.
Is it illegal to own a dog in Iran?
He's gonna get so surprised. Look, guys.
Owning a dog is not explicitly illegal under Iranian law.
No, what? Search it up. Search it up. How many dogs have been literally?
There's a
killed
wait.
in Iran?
There's a photo of a guy. There's a photo of a guy on the BBC driving a dog around.
That's the 1% in Tehran that live in the most expensive district in the world.
Yeah, but is owning a dog illegal then?
Search it up. No, search it up. Search it up. Search it up.
So, I mean, on Reddit, on r/Iran, which I doubt is hardly a bastion of the Islamic Republic, someone says, it is illegal, but other people say it's not.
It's illegal, but if the police see you having it, they'll take it off you.
So, Al Monitor says that it is not
Monitor.
explicitly illegal to own
It's not.
explicit...
It's either illegal or not illegal. Why is
No
it not
nationwide
explicitly
law
illegal?
explicitly bans dog walking or ownership in Iran.
Yeah, because laws hold so much value in Iran, right? They hold so much
Right, but
value.
it's illegal. Though the bill never passed, restrictions on dogs and dog walking have continued to expand.
Oh, there you go.
But
Same
you
way
said
now
that
the
you said that no
United-
one's
same
allowed
way-
a dog in
same
Iran.
way-
You
No,
said
but-
no one's allowed a dog in Iran. You said it's illegal to own a dog.
Dogs are illegal in Iran.
Well, but people own them.
People own them, but they're illegal. You
Well,
can
what
have
do you mean? What do you mean? But it's evident that the source I've just shown you, which is from 2025, says, yeah, there's increasing repression, but owning a dog is certainly not illegal.
It is illegal. I'm telling you, it is. You're getting information, right, from a country that has one of the worst journalism rankings in the world. Number one.
But that was
Number
Al
two-
Monitor.
Number two, their internet is heavily filtered. They are a government that will shut down the internet in a time of war.
Well,
right?
why does that
They
mean
will
we
do
should
that,
just make
but
up
it's not
loads of
gonna-
random rubbish? This is like the third claim you've made. You said Ghalibaf personally threw people off buildings. You gave me a
ordered it.
source. You gave me a source that...
You think.
But the source didn't even say people were thrown off buildings. Then you told me it's like fully illegal to own a dog in Iran. I don't think it is.
Netanyahu a war criminal.
Yeah.
Okay, did he personally go out and shoot Palestinians, or did the IDF do it?
Did I tell you ever that Benjamin Netanyahu personally got protesters and threw them off a roof?
In Iran,
You are so dumb. It is actually just difficult.
Oh my god, boy, bro, I don't understand. Like, bro,
But the thing is I've not here made any claims that you've been like, yep, that's not true, because I don't make boisterous, just outrageous claims such as that Ghalibaf threw people off buildings. The article does say you're right, that he engaged in repression, but you said everyone just knows that he threw people off buildings.
yes, we all, as Iranians, we do know this. That's what we're trying to tell you guys, people that haven't ever lived in Iran or know nothing about Iran's day-to-day.
So why do you keep making shit up?
We're not making shit up. I brought you up.
Well, you didn't bring me a source. You made that up. And you made the last thing that you set up, and you made up stuff about Hamas.
What other experience you need? Students got killed for wanting reform. Not even.
Did they get thrown off the
They
roof by
wanted
Ghalibaf?
reform.
Did they get
wanted-
thrown off the roof by Ghalibaf?
Yes, he ordered it.
So where does it say that he threw them off the roof?
He ordered it.
Where does it say that?
In my opinion, ordering something is the
Wait,
same as
no,
doing the
no.
job.
Where does it say that you said? You didn't say he ordered something. You said everyone knows that Ghalibaf threw people off the roof. You also made the outrageous claim. You made the outrageous claim that Hamas is beheading people in Gaza, not a method of
Oh, that's so
execution. I believe
outrageous,
that
right?
they're
'Cause
using.
That doesn't happen. That doesn't happen, right? That doesn't
Well, I
happen.
don't think I've never seen anyone actively
You don't- yeah, you
have
don't want to
evidence
see
of
it.
this.
You don't want to see the other side.
What
right?
other
Listen,
side?
I'll be very honest. I used to be very, like, how can I say it? Anti-Israel. Never wanted Israel to have their own state. And stuff
Hamas
like-
beheading gay people.
but then-
Well, I'm not just of
then-
this opinion. There's just no evidence of this.
Search it up. Search it up.
What, Hamas behead gay people?
Yeah, search it up.
There's one article here about someone being beheaded in the West Bank, but that's not Hamas.
Search up Hamas beheading. Just search it up.
There's nothing.
There's nothing. Wow, there's actually nothing. It's crazy. Nothing.
It's
Nothing.
when you search up Hamas beheading people, okay? So beheading. There is no mention on Wikipedia is not the greatest source in the world, okay? But I'll show you. On the Wikipedia, there is no mention of here.
Go back one step. Just go on Google, just search it up.
Why?
No, bring back your thing. Bring back the internet. Put it back on the screen and just like show me like. Okay, so BBC, gay Palestinian beheaded in West Bank. Okay,
It's not Hamas.
Okay, third one, Hamas commander accused of theft. And okay, press that one. What was that one say? That's New York Times. You might not believe it. I don't know what you.
And gay sex is killed.
Yes.
Does that say that he was beheaded?
Okay, so now we're talking about the way of killing.
Does that? No.
No. Just because it's happened, someone's died. Someone's died, my guy, and now you're going back to it. Oh my god, like it's crazy. You listen. Okay, before I go, one last question: is a Palestinian life worth the same as an Iranian life?
Most Iranians I've met are smart and wonderful people, but you most certainly are one of the stupidest human beings that I've ever interacted with. You are so fucking stupid. I'll tell you what, I actually do think there's a lot of worth in Iranian life, and that's why, unlike you, I would never support Iranians being slaughtered by Americans who think that they are backwards. Yeah. I don't know. He backed up 0 claims. I don't know. People just say things and then they're like, oh, you said it. That is one of the dumbest people I've ever interacted with. I'm genuinely incredibly surprised. این مرد خیلی بد است. خیلی بد. Yeah, I know. Just by the way as well, the point is everyone says gay Palestinians are killed. They don't actually have any evidence of that being like a regular thing in Gaza. Like, it's not a regular thing. He was actually, by the way, accused of, apparently he was accused of a lot of things and people interpreted it to mean homosexuality. Morning, Honey Clown. Hope you're well. What's happening on Clapham Common? Well, I mean, I don't know. I'm truly amazed by... Fine. Hello?
Hi, how are you?
I'm fine. What's up?
باشه من ایرانی هستم و فارسی حرف میزنم. من تهرانی هستم. I'm just saying, merci. So I'm Iranian. I'm here to speak on Iran.
Okay.
I was born in Iran. I was raised there till I was 6. My family live in Tehran, Iran.
Nice.
I've been to Tehran, I've been to Shiraz, I've been to Yazd, I've been to Esfahan.
Mm-hmm.
And
are you over 18?
Yes, I am. I'm 19.
Okay, nice.
So my stance on the Iran, because I just want to speak, because I watched the whole thing and it was quite frustrating that I couldn't, like I was just watching and I would love to speak. So whether it comes to Reza Pahlavi, I am not really talking about him. When I talk about what Pahlavi did and talk about his father, okay? So the thing is, like that guy said, there were many Iranians who were for the revolution. My family was not, because even if some of them didn't like the Shah, they did not want to put a religious theocrat in power. No one ideally wants that, you know what I mean? What people in Iran want is a democracy where people can vote. The system in Iran is flawed, where you essentially vote for someone that the assembly of experts just choose. They're basically a puppet of Khamenei. So for example, Pezeshkian, he doesn't even have any power right now. The IRGC is basically in control of the country. They're like a mafia.
Right now, I don't really know. I'm going to be honest, I'm not really sure many people have much insight into the power structure inside of Iran right now because of it being such an unusual situation. He might have power, he might not. It's pretty unclear as to who's in control. But yeah, It's certainly
Yeah,
still
so
the Islamic Revolutionary Guard or the Islamic Republic.
yeah. So I think what a lot of the problem is with our diaspora is that we are struggling a lot right now because you know, you see the people in the comments saying, I'm not Iranian, you're this, you're this. A lot of these people that want to call me not Iranian, you are not from Iran. A lot of these people are from other Middle Eastern countries that don't want to see Iran be free. And I will give you the statistics of Iran that is shocking and people might not know. Most people in Iran, they are not Muslim anymore. We have left Islam a long time ago. Even some of my family members that were Muslim, they left it because of what the IRGC has done. When we've watched our family members and our people be unalived by cranes to the call to prayer, it's completely turned us away from Islam. So before everyone compares us to Syria, Libya, Afghanistan, Iraq, it's not the same thing for Iran. So I don't want to hear people compare Iranian people to other Arab people. We are not the same. And I want to also say, Pahlavi, the biggest fault of Pahlavi, in my opinion, he did do a lot for Iran, by the way. He did literacy reforms. He launched a white revolution. He was trying to urbanize and advance Iran. Unfortunately, the urbanization takes a long time to reach rural areas and the countryside. And he was the biggest problem with Pahlavi was at the beginning, he let the British take our oil because he felt if we don't say no, then we're going to be exploited even more. And then the further and further away he wanted to move away from the West, then Jimmy Carter funded Khomeini's campaign with his speakers in the mosque.
But you know, on this, the Americans still had a general in Tehran right before the revolution happened that they were thinking he might be able to do a coup, but he was never able to because it was too out of their control. The notion that Jimmy Carter told the Shah off a bit because he had been pretty authoritarian. Jimmy Carter didn't back Khomeini to take over. It's not true. It's not.
But they Air France, other countries, they aided it and allowed Khomeini to come in. Air France, he got off the plane. And let me just tell you something. Someone in the comments said, that tells me everything if your family left Islam. You sound like the IRGC. We have left Islam for a very specific reason. Yes.
Hadn't the Shah already fallen by the time that Khomeini went back?
Yes, Khomeini went back, he was gone, and there was a president in power. People were begging him to not let Khomeini take over. The people were lied to.
But there were still millions and millions of people who were on the street for Khomeini. I mean, the photos of when he returns to Iran are absolutely unbelievable. There are millions and millions of people. The notion that he wasn't popular is untrue. Sure, the Islamic Republic has definitely gone a different direction. And I'm aware of these ills of the Islamic Republic, no doubt. But I think that the major thing is when you look at those ills, how much of that derives from things that came from the outside?
Can I please answer?
Okay.
So yes, you're right. The thing is with Khomeini is like the guy said before me, a lot of people were in support of him. My family personally, they were very well educated. They were not in support of putting a man who spoke for Islam only, not Iran, in power. That is the biggest problem. He lied and he said, we will give you free electricity. We will give you free housing. And the poor Iranian people were lied to again. Iranian people have been lied to by everyone, by the West, by Khomeini. And the IRGC has completely driven the country to the ground, corrupted the resources, sold our oil dirt cheap to China. Why in Khuzestan, in Afghanistan, we have such amount of oil, okay? They haven't even refined the oil refinery is still from the Shah's time. They do not care about Iran. They are not Iran. We do not view them as Iranians. These people, and by the way, they are occupying Iran because you know what they do? They bring in foreign Shia militias in the. Let me finish.
I don't think that's true. I think that this is something that Iran International says.
Can you let? No, I'm not. I don't follow Iran International.
I don't think this kind of stuff about foreign militias being brought in is necessarily true.
They import them. Go search it up. It's known. They import foreign Shia militias from Iraq and Afghanistan to come in, young men, and they harass people. And my cousins who are 16 and 18, there are checkpoints they set up in Tehran to harass Iranian girls there. And when I was in Iran when I was 14, it was before Massa Amini protests, okay? What happened to me? I wasn't wearing a hijab, and Gashter Shad, which means morality police, they threatened to throw me in a van. Luckily, my cousin was there, and he could pay them to go away. These people, their biggest enemy is the Iranian people, okay? The Iranian people are completely done. And it got to a point where so many Iranian people inside Iran were so desperate and disgusted by the youth of Iran's blood staining the streets of Tehran, of every city in Iran, of all 32 provinces, where people came out to demand change. Because the world ignores Iranians but cries about Palestine. And that is our biggest problem that we have.
Wait. That is bullshit, though.
It's not bullshit.
Wait. What's our government's... Okay, I'll give you something. What's our government's relationship? You live in the UK, right?
Yes, I live in London.
Do we have sanctions on the Islamic Republic?
Yes, we do have sanctions on Islamic
What
Republic.
do we do when it comes to Israel?
Well, we support Israel, but the people inside
UK... Sorry. No. This is the fundamental thing. What people in the UK are demanding when they protest in favor of Palestine is to stop selling weapons to Israel. It is also for us to stop supporting them and offering them diplomatic cover.
So
When
why
did the
did I
British?
see people-
When did the
why did I
British?
see people in-
Wait. When did the British government come out in support of the Islamic Republic? When?
Not the British government. Can you
That's
listen to
the
me when I say
difference fundamentally. That's the difference fundamentally, okay? When you are talking about people who are protesting against their government, they are
Yes.
protesting because our government supports unequivocally Israel. Yes, we're protesting also against their war crimes, but it's not like our government is actually doing anything to stop them. When it comes to Iran, we have sanctions on that country.
No. You allow property. The British government allows property of Mojtaba Khomeini to be in St. John's Wood. People,
We give
IRGC
bombs
people.
to Israel.
Let me
We
speak.
give
Okay, but
bombs
when I'm
to
not-
Israel.
but
Can
you
you
are
imagine
talking
if?
about-
Can you
let me
not
answer,
see?
'cause I didn't let you
But can you
speak.
not see the
Can you let me
difference? You
answer?
spoke for like 5 minutes. Okay. Can you not see the difference? And I want you to answer this between us hosting an Israeli weapons factory like Elbit in our country.
You host Iranian IRGC agents.
But there's a
Why
fundamental
do you only prescribe the
difference.
IRGC?
There's a
Why was the
fundamental-
IRGC
there's a
only
fundamental
prescribed 2 months ago,
difference.
but the Green
Excuse
Party
me.
wants them unprescribed?
Excuse me. First of all, I don't think prescription is always the greatest of ideas. You know, they're
Well, I
designated a
do.
terrorist organization. Well, what benefit do you think it brings?
Let me tell you what it brings, okay?
But you won't answer
when
the
I-
question that's more
What's
important.
the question?
Do you
What
not
is the question?
Do you not see the difference between hosting a drone factory, which will make weapons that will then go over and massacre children in Palestine, versus sanctioning a country?
Sanctioning, let me tell you something. I do see there is a difference, but people in international community, I'm telling you, no, let me tell you. The problem is the IRGC, the UK is known for literally being a cuck for the IRGC and for Islamic extremists allowed into the UK. It's a fact. Why was there a vigil for Khamenei in Maida Vale outside the Islamic Centre in England? Why was there a vigil for them?
What?
There was a
Khamenei
vigil.
Khamenei was in.
Khamenei, no, I didn't say that.
Oh, there was a vigil.
A vigil, okay, of Shia Muslims allowed to mourn for him when we pass the street Iranians and our members, our family members have been unalived by
There
them.
are people in this country. You do realize that every time there's a Palestine protest, there are like people who are like, yeah, I'm an Israeli soldier. I support Israel. I've been to Gaza. I've killed people in Gaza, and they're allowed to walk
Yes.
freely in our streets. So theoretically, if someone
Do you think
went
I
to
think
be
that's good? Do you think I think that
theoretically,
is good?
but you must see the fundamental difference. You're acting as if like, oh my god, I can't believe this stuff is happening. Like those people are sure. You may disagree with it that they're celebrating him. I think it's repugnant in the same way that I think it's
disgusting.
in the
Would you
same way-
celebrate Hitler? Would you?
Well, I mean, Ayatollah Ali Khamenei is not the same level as Hitler.
Khamenei was like that, actually. He did destruction to Syria. He's unalived so many Iranians. Women, can I tell you something?
Hitler killed 6 million people. At
Oh,
minimum.
on a death scale, of course he was worse. But in the Middle East, he was a Hitler. He
No,
was.
he was not Hitler in the Middle East.
Ask a Syrian, ask a Yemeni person, ask a Lebanese
Why,
person.
wait. Why would a Yemeni person say he was Hitler?
Do you know what the Islamic Republic has done? Aiding the Houthis to terrorize Yemeni people.
Do you know that the Saudis led a bombing
Of course.
campaign that killed...
Of course they have.
The Houthis
Of
killed
course they
nowhere
have.
near the 20,000
I have a
people
very
killed
big problem with the Saudis as well, who actually are very responsible for exporting Wahhabism and those ideologies around the Middle East and the Muslim countries.
You do realise, like, Iranian support for the Houthis is massively overplayed.
It's not Iranian. Can you please stop saying that? It's IRGC. Iranians
It's
hate
Iranian.
the government.
It's Iranian.
It's not. They're not even Iranian. A lot of them are from India and Iraq. They're not even from Iran.
Yeah, they're Iranian.
And let me just tell you something as well. When we talk about the people, the funeral, people talking about the funeral, oh, there were people inside the funeral for Khamenei. They were imported from Pakistan, Afghanistan, and Iraq, Shias. There is a problem. They want to build a Shia caliphate. And it says in their doctrine, do you know about the 12th Imam ideology behind these people that run Iran?
I know what
Do you know
12
what that-
Shiism is, yes.
They want to find the 12th Imam. They are delusional people.
That's
and people
not,
in Iran
wait,
don't
that's
even-
that's not the ideology of the Islamic Republic.
I'm not saying that's the ideology.
Well,
I'm
yeah,
saying
that
these
is what
Shias,
you're saying, but the
they
12
are
is Shiism.
very-
But if you're a follower of the Islamic Republic, that's not even specifically what you believe. I'm not a theologian, but my understanding of what the concepts like put forward by Khomeini actually was you
Yes.
basically created that the 12th Imam was not present, and so what you did was try and establish a society that was as good as possible in order to bring about his return or until
Yes,
he
they
returns.
want to find the 12th.
So
Yes, they want to
I don't
find
think
him.
they're like active. No, I don't think they're actively searching for the 12th
They
Imam.
literally are. Can you please touch that? They are literally looking for the 12th Imam. They want to deliver divine
Where do
justice.
they think
That's
he
what-
is?
I don't know. They're delusional. That's why I don't follow that stupid religion anymore, and that's why majority of Iranians left that religion a long time ago.
But the thing is, there are still millions of people who do follow that religion inside of
Bring me
Iran.
up. I'm a Shia. Of course, you're going to go defend them. And my biggest problem is the people in the comments saying, of course, a lot of people who are non-Iranians, but they're from the Middle East, they just support the Islamic Republic because it says Islamic Republic. Literally because they are Muslim, and that's the only reason. And this is my biggest problem. Non-Iranians coming up here, either from the Middle East or they're leftists or liberals who have never lived under Iran. I'm not saying you have to go, I'm not saying I support Israel, I'm not saying I support America, but to condemn one thing, Israel, and not condemn the IRGC is so problematic to me. The harm they have done and the selective outrage is just crazy to me.
I mean, I think the thing is that like America and Israel, objectively, just on the scale of things they've done, are worse than the Islamic Republic.
They're not worse than the Islamic Republic.
Well,
They are just not. They're the same. They're the same coin to me. They're two sides of the same coin to me.
well,
They are.
I mean, America and Israel's wrongs include things done to Iran. Obviously, America
Yes, they
literally did a
did.
coup which has provoked most of the
With who?
instability.
With who? Mossadegh?
Yeah.
Do you think Iranians like Mossadegh? Do you know what he wanted? He was dissolving the parliament, aligning with rogue Soviets, and he was also giving space to the mullahs. He was also married to. He was also married. No, it's not funny. He was also married to a Qajar princess.
No,
And the Qajar.
No, he.
The
wait,
let me
wait.
finish.
No,
Let me
no,
finish.
He wasn't.
The
This isn't
Qajar
even true.
dynasty-
This isn't even
Yes,
true.
yes, it is true.
He was a Qajar himself. Yes.
Yes.
But Mossadegh.
Do you know what the Qajars? Do you know? No. Do you know what the Qajars did to Iran?
Mossadegh was
Do
also.
you know what the Qajars did to Iran?
Mossadegh.
They devastated it and they did nothing. We had a famine in Iran and they did nothing to help us. And
Mossadegh-
Pahlavi actually, if we didn't know, let me say one thing and you couldn't say whatever, laugh or whatever. Pahlavi, the reason why we love Pahlavi, a lot of us love Mohammad Reza Pahlavi, is because from the time of the Qajar dynasty, who completely devastated Iran, there was a famine, they did nothing to help starving Iranians. Pahlavi came and urbanized it. His father did as well. If we didn't have Pahlavi to advance us, that's one of the reasons why the literacy rate inside Iran is very high and Iranians are very well educated. We don't need other people to tell us what we want.
Wait.
We are very high- Can you let me speak?
No,
Let me finish. Let me finish.
So much
If we didn't,
shit.
if we didn't have Pahlavi, we would look like Afghanistan or all these other Middle Eastern countries who aren't very well educated and are not very smart.
Wait. I mean, first of all, the funny thing is like, right, your views of other Middle Eastern people are frankly insane. Okay, sure, ethnically, Iranians are different to Arabs, but let's be real here.
They're Indo-European. We're very different.
You live
We
in
have
the
nothing
same.
in common
No.
with them.
You
Nothing
live in
in
the
common.
same region. You were imperialized by the British and also foreign
We are- no,
colonial
no, no, no.
powers.
We are very-
There is
Iranians are very
there is most definitely a shared solidarity amongst
We don't.
people
I
from
don't
the Middle
share.
East.
We don't
You-
share any
yes, yes.
solidarity. We
Yes,
share.
yes,
No,
yes,
don't
yes,
tell me that I
yes.
share solidarity with
Well,
people
yeah,
when I
you
don't.
might not, but a lot of people
No, we
do.
don't.
A lot of
Iranians
people
do not like. Iranians
Yeah,
view
yeah.
Arabs as colonial. They came and invaded us, and they brought Islam, which is one of the worst things that's ever happened to Iran, to us. We are more similar.
Do you think it was?
to
Do you think it was
Central
worse
Asi-
when?
to Central Asian countries and places
Yeah, but
like
you don't
Armenia.
like the Central Asian countries. You
Armenia,
just
yes,
said that they're
Tajikistan.
dumb. You just said that
Tajikistan
they're
is still
dumb.
Persian. Tajikistan is still Persian.
You
We
just
do not
said that
identify
they're
with
dumb.
Arabs.
You just said that they're dumb, like Afghans.
Who?
Afghans.
Yeah, they're not. They're not very well educated. They were not given the same education as Iranians were. It's very
Well, but-
sad what happened to Afghanistan.
but
It's
the
very
thing
sad.
is-
I feel awful for
But
them.
the thing is when it came to Afghanistan, the Americans did that to that country, right? You know that.
But they were still not given a good education. Do you understand? They're tribal.
Well,
if
but
Iranians
you
didn't
do
have,
know-
if
you do know
Iranians
for,
didn't
like,
have,
all of the
if
crimes of
Iranians
the-
didn't have Pahlavi, we would look like Afghanistan. We wouldn't look educated.
But the
We'd be
thing
wearing
you've been
burqas.
ruled by. The thing is you've been ruled by the Islamic Republic for near enough 50 years,
47 years.
and the education rate is still pretty high amongst women.
Do you know why that was? Because in the Iran-Iraq war, many men were unalived, okay? Many men. So they said, okay, I guess we'll have to let women get university degrees. That's why. Still, Iranian women aren't allowed to pursue careers after they get university degrees.
Wait. But the Iran-Iraq war, like, actually led to problems because part of the reason that they enforced the hijab was because basically young religious men, predominantly from the countryside, were dying and their families were like, you're not even an Islamic Republic. And so they kind of moved from making it something that was only in official spaces to be generally worn in public. But a lot of the
Yes.
stuff you're saying is just fictitious, okay? First
Not
of all,
fictitious.
Islam
I've given
has
you
been
facts.
Islam has been in Iran for thousands of years.
not a
Iranians have made a
Muslim.
huge contribution to
We have-
Islam.
No, we were progressed. Don't tell me about. Let me tell you something about Islam and Iranians. Okay, we were doing very well before Islam came. Islam came through jizya and through suffering, and then under Islam we were still doing well because we are smart. Iranians have come up with so much. We came up with the first human rights. Had nothing to do with Islam. Islam has only come through brute and force. That's what it's come through. I don't know why you're laughing.
Because this is
You want
like,
to live under? Do you want to live under Sharia law? Look inside
Because-
the Quran and read that filth. Read it.
Because-
It's filth.
yeah, I mean, there's utter filth in the Bible, and utter filth.
Yes, there is. Yes,
utter
there is. You're
filth has
right.
been
I never said
inflicted-
there isn't, but there's
utter
more filth in the
filth.
Quran.
Yeah, but also let's look at what Muslims have done historically, and let's look at what Europeans, the advanced, enlightened Europeans, have done. They've done worse. Trust me. When did the Islamic Republic or Islam?
I never said. No, listen.
When
But you
did
know what?
Islam? When did Islam genocide 6 million Jewish people?
Islam has genocided so many indigenous Kurds, so many indigenous Syrians, so many indigenous
Did
Druze,
they-
so
did
many
they- did
Persians.
they
Yes,
build-
they have so many.
did they-
What about the
did they
Yazidi?
genocide
What about the
6 million
Yazidi
people?
genocide? What about the Yazidi
How many people were
genocide?
even killed in the Yazidi genocide?
Well, it was under 1 million, but it was still a lot of people.
Okay.
And if you combine that with many, many more people from different groups, Islam has genocided and erased so many indigenous cultures in the Middle East, so many beautiful cultures in North Africa. But at least in Iran, we still kept our language and our culture. That is my problem. We view
But-
the Islamic Republic. Can you let me finish and then speak? The
But
Islamic Republic.
under the
we view as
wait. You've spoken
imperial.
for so long. Wait. You do realize this is such a funny thing because you're like singing the praises of the Shah. You do realize the Shah was like an imperialist towards Kurds. Him and his father were barbarians towards Kurds.
Yes, I do realize that. I never said he was perfect. I said for what he did to
But
Iran
the thing
was
is,
good.
you're saying
Advancing
that
out
like
the Qajar
you're saying that
dynasty.
your feelings are just so like incensed by colonialism and like, oh god, I love this bloody Pahlavi guy, and we Iranians
Yes, he
aren't
was very good.
imperialists.
He brought a
You
lot
guys
to
were
Iran.
imperialists towards the Kurds before
But
the Islamic
Kurds,
Republic
listen,
was there.
listen. The problem is with the Kurds. The Kurds have had many opportunities to have their own state. Israel even helped them. They had a lot of
When the
infighting.
Kurds tried to build
And
their
the
own
prob-
state, the
No, no,
Kurds tried
and
to
the-
build their own state in Iran in the 1940s. So what? It would have
Yes.
been Mohammad Reza Pahlavi. You guys hanged their leader
Yes,
because
we
he
did,
wanted
and we
to
also-
teach his people
we
their
also-
own language.
We also hung
and
many
you guys hung
mujahideen.
him.
Who
You
are you
hung
talking about
him.
Savak? Are you
You
talking
hung
about Savak?
him. You guys hung him.
And he still did
You're
so
saying
much for
that
Iran.
Islam and all of these stuff that you Iranians aren't like that. You guys hung Ghazi Mohammed in
Yes.
in Mahabad.
Yes, the Kurds as well, the separatists who want to take our land. They will never take our land. Iran has been around for 5,000 years. You will
You're
not
an
take our land.
imperialist.
No, you won't take our land. That's our land.
You're an imperialist. Why
No,
do you...
I'm not.
This
You-
is
you
the
don't know
funny
any-
thing. You come up
Listen.
and you tell me that you were like not an imperialist. Go look up what was done to Ghazi Mohammed. He wanted to teach Kurds his language. He wanted Kurds to be treated
Wait, what's
decently.
happening to Kurds now under Islamic Republic? It's
Yeah.
worse.
That's a thing that's continued. But this notion that is something that you Iranians
Can you please
have
let
never...
me get it? Can you please let me finish? Because
No, because
listen,
you've
I know a
talked
lot.
so much. You've talked
Listen,
so much.
you
You've
realize that
talked
I am
so
also
much.
I'm also Kurdish. I'm Kurdish, Lur, and Persian. I'm mixed.
So why would you justify
love-
what you Pahlavi
No,
did to the Kurds?
no.
You just said that they wanted to steal your land. What are you talking about? Bro, you're everything. You're saying that you're Kurdish, but you're saying that Kurds are invaders who want to steal your land? Like, what? um But I just think, like, I just think, by the way, if you think that you're like,
Sorry, I had
this-
to speak. Carry on. What did you say? Did you ask your question?
I mean, I said that I thought that you thought that Kurds were like invaders trying to steal your land, but you're Kurdish.
I am part Kurdish, and we do not agree with part Kurdish. I'm Iranian before I'm Kurdish. Most Iranian Kurds believe that too. Ask
That's
any
not
Iranian
true.
Kurd. Yes, they do. What Iranian Kurds have you spoken to?
Probably about 5.
Great. I have Kurdish members of my family that live in Iranian Kurdistan.
Yeah,
They
I have
want the
Kurdish
IRGC out.
Kurdish friends who lived in Iran, who spent their whole lives there, who hate the IRGC, but they're not like, yeah, I'm Iranian, and by the way, they're well aware of how disgusting the Pahlavists behave towards them.
Pahlavi,
But you
listen.
act as if wait, this is the
Pahlavi-
funny thing.
Can
This
you
is
let
the
me have
funny thing.
one sentence come
You
out?
could.
Can you just let me say one sentence? Pahlavi, let me just say something about Pahlavi. Whether you like it or not, majority of Iranians, majority of Balochs, majority of Lurs, majority of Kurds and Iranians want to unite against the Arabs and the Muslims who want to come in and unalive Iranians. That is what we are against. We are for Iran first. We are Iran first. We are nationalists and we are Persian. We are.
But what about
even
the
if you're not
Kurds who
Persian,
want autonomy
You're
and to live
Iranian.
under their own?
We are Iranian. We love Iran. We love the
What
land
about
of
the
Iran.
Kurds?
We are Iranians are so much nicer to Kurds than any other Middle Eastern or Arab country.
When were
Go and
When were
ask
the
them.
Iranians nice to Kurds?
The Iranians have always been nice to Kurds.
When?
My Iranian friends are so nice to me and my family who are Kurdish.
I thought you
Compare
were
that to Syrian-
Iranian.
I'm Iranian, Kurdish, and Lur, and I'm Persian. My father is Persian, my mother is Lur and Kurdish. My grandmother's Kurdish, my grandfather's Lur.
What happened to
Bakhtiari.
But
I
why
don't
is
think you
it
know
that-
enough about
why is it
ethnic
that
groups in
certain
Iran.
people are foreign invaders, but you're not a foreign invader, even though you're all of those things?
Because Iran is our land. Iran has always been the land of Iran.
But
We have
whose
always
land?
had the land. Iranian and Persian land. Unlike Arabs who have gone in and invaded every other country, have just brought Islam. They don't even have identity.
But your country,
Iranian is
your
Persian.
your country had empires and dynasties that invaded other people's land. You just ultimately weren't that good at it in the end of things.
But whatever you think about the opinion of our history, Persia's always been Persia, Iran now. It was
No.
Iran even before it was Persia.
No.
It's always been our country and our land.
No.
Yes,
no,
yes,
no,
we have
no.
the oldest civilization.
Yeah,
we
yeah,
are
but
Iran. We
but
have the
when you
oldest
talk about
language.
your
Our
oldest-
language is older than
when you
Arabic.
talk about those old civilizations, right? You do realize those people were like just pastoralists, probably wandering around, whose conception of Iran and the world was like some people who lived in the next village that they needed to go to get cheese or something. That's what everything was like in everywhere in the world. The idea of nations really only is made possible through the printing press, okay? This is like the argument made by Hobsbawm that I find, it's not Hobsbawm, it's Benedict Anderson, that I find convincing. Because before that, this civilization that you're talking about, yeah, sure, there's some aspects of the heritage, and it is actually rather impressive how similar the Iranian language is historically to what it used to be. But either way, this notion that you're like this really apart civilization from the Middle East, you're not even apart from someone like me. I grew up in the UK. I am entirely English and European. But
Yeah,
every
I'm not
human
saying
being
you're
in Iran is just like me. They are a person struggling through their lives, trying to
yes,
get
they're
by,
really
trying to
struggling.
exist.
Really struggling.
Yes. You are not, but yet someone like yourself has reached such a like frenzy of racism that you
I'm
somehow
not
think.
racist.
Well, you said that like Arabs have no culture, that they're disgusting.
Arabs. No, I never said disgusting. When did I say that? I said, for example, Phoenicians, Aramaic, Syrians, Kurds are the indigenous people
You're
of
not.
the Middle
No,
East.
they're not in.
Arabs
that is
come
not.
from the
No.
Gulf. Yes, they do. They do. And I know a lot of people, the Chaldeans in Iraq and Yazidis who've been unalived by Muslims. I'm anti-Islam because you can respect people and you don't have to respect their religion. I do not respect Islam. I do not respect what it's done. I don't respect their book. I've read
Do you
that book.
respect
It's pure
Western
filth.
civilization?
Well, Western civilization has given me a lot. Yes, I've come to UK. I've got an education. I'm in
So you
university. I'm
respect
studying.
Western civilization. Well, how are you able to do that with also the disgust at what Western civilization has also produced? Western civilization produced the genocide of the indigenous people. It produced the imperial policies that have torn apart scores of countries. And importantly, it produced the genocide of perhaps hundreds of millions of people throughout the colonial period. I mean,
Yeah.
one only has to look at the Americas where...
Would you rather live in the... Yes, I agree. I never said it's perfect, but I would rather live in Western civilization than Islamic.
Would I rather
For
live in
sure,
a Would I
as a
rather live in a
woman.
country that was thieved from by the West, or would I rather live in a country that has the benefits of being thieved from?
So you would rather live in either Iran or Afghanistan than America or
Well, you would
England?
know
Is
that
what you're
Islamic
saying?
civilization is much broader than that, and I myself wouldn't go there, but there are plenty of people born in this country who make the choice to go live in Dubai Labubu land, which is still an
Yeah.
Islamic country.
Yes, and the UAE is completely corrupt and funds so many things going on in Sudan and
But people
Eritrea.
still make the choice to live there. So this notion of like Islamic civilization always produces these things of like, oh my God, no one would ever want to go there from the West is farcical. Plenty of people go to live in Turkey, by the way, from the West, or wherever
they
in the
do.
Middle East. Loads of my friends went and lived in Jordan for periods of time. Some stayed, they really liked it. But there are also some things about like, I just like living in Western society. I speak the language, I'm used to the cultural norms.
I like living in Western society because they're the only people that have
But the whole
democracy
thing-
and are civilized. I'd rather live in a Western civilization than back in any
What
of those
what
Islamic
defines
countries.
civility and civilization?
Not being unalived for protesting, not being beef for wearing a hijab, not watching your family have to be starved by a government that sells all our resources.
Yeah, but the Americans are starving you.
So there are sanctions on Iran. Yes, why are there sanctions? Tell me why the sanctions.
The sanctions are okay. Wait.
Why?
Do you really think the sanctions are because of what the Islamic Republic's done?
The sanctions are because the Islamic Republic has waged war against the West, not Iranians. They've taken Iranians hostage with them. Waged war. They say Magbag, Amerika ve Israel. and then they starve out Iranians. And their biggest mistake, I am so annoyed. I am so angry that this republic has been allowed to steal from our people, wage war against the whole of the West, isolate us, and bring us so much misery. That is why we want them gone.
Yeah,
If they were gone, no. And if sanctions
they're not
were
really
lifted,
sanctions.
if sanctions were lifted, they've given none of our money to our people. They've only sent it abroad to foreign entities.
You did kind of elucidate at least why there are sanctions on Iran, which is because it's done wrong to the West. The West doesn't give a shit what if Iran was just like doing what the West said and was still oppressing your people, they don't give a shit. We don't give a shit when it's done in Egypt. We don't give a shit when it's done anywhere. We literally only care when it's someone who doesn't go, yay, I love the West, yay, here, look, I love you guys over in America, thanks for making me an imperial sort of slave.
Yeah, and what if, listen, when they had sanctions in the JCPOA deal, Obama gave them billions. What did they do? They built
things were markedly better for Iranians.
They did, yes,
under
they
the
were,
JCPOA.
but still, it was so oppressive, and they gave most of that money to foreign entities, and they did nothing to help Iranians and Iran. I'm Iran first. I want to see a government inside Iran. The people inside Iran are desperate for a government that actually helps them and cares about them, not for Shia ideologies. And by the way, 65% of Iran is below the age of 35. They're very young, very well-educated people that do not agree with this ideology anymore. It's completely different.
I mean, there's still a sizable amount of people who do like it.
There's 15%. Go search it up now.
20%, maybe higher.
No.
But what you've got to remember as well is, like, I know that there are a lot of people who don't like the Islamic Republic. That is true. That is definitely true.
Most, literally,
but dealing with the
Talmud, you have mental issues.
But dealing with the Talmud, the Talmud and the issues that will come from, regime change, I think a lot of people now will be like, yeah, fuck that. If it requires like just bombing and destroying our country more, it's crazy.
A lot of Iranians have felt betrayed because Trump and other people have said, we will help you. And this is not me, because I never really thought it was going to be, it was very hard to take out things by air, because Iran, it's not like Venezuela, it's a very entrenched system, right? So a lot of people felt like we have been betrayed by the West because we thought there was going to be help. But the thing is, the difference is when there's airstrikes, the problem is that the Iranian government, the IRGC, throw Iranian people in the front. They only build bunkers for Khamenei and for their generals, not for Iranian people.
Okay, yeah.
They do. You cannot refute that.
They blow up a school.
And they cut the Wi-Fi off.
They blow up a school.
Yeah, they did. It was very sad. No Iranian wants to watch their children be killed, ever.
Well, I mean, there were tons of people who think like you celebrating on the street about the bombing.
Who was celebrating? So who was laughing at children being unalived? I never saw that.
Omid Jalili made up conspiracy theories about it. He's like a sort of representative of the British Iranian community somehow in BBC media. He was claiming that they needed to bomb Iran, and he made up mad conspiracy theories about the Minab school killings.
Yes, because the reason why Iranians don't trust is because they shot down the Ukraine plane in 2019, killing so many Iranians. So it's not like we thought, oh, there's no way the US is on it. It's like, did the IRGC do it? Because they have done that so many times to their own people. They've unalived Iranians. It's in their doctrine to literally unalive Iranians if they're not for Islam and their ideology. That's why people were suspicious of it.
Doctrine?
It's part of their whole doctrine to make them shaheeds. Do you know what shaheed is?
A martyr.
It's a martyr. Yes.
But where does it say that?
Shias are crazy on martyrdom. Go search it up.
Shias are crazy on martyrdom. Westerners are pretty crazy on martyrdom.
Iran and Shiaism in Iran is more crazy for martyrdom, and that's why people are suspicious.
We literally in our country.
Why was it? Why
look
was
at
it
America? Look at America. They like valorize people who go off and fight in wars and die.
Why
they're like martyrs for freedom. It's just we have a funny conception because shaheed sounds like a scary word.
So why was the children's school near an IRGC military base? They do it on purpose.
You know there are children. You know there are children who live on military bases in Western countries. You know that, right?
Yeah, but if a bomb is going off, you should not let children go into school. But they don't care. Do you understand? They've let Iranians die for
America
so many
launched
years.
a bombing campaign.
And they hung.
America launched a bombing campaign out the blue.
No, they knew it was coming. Don't worry. They knew exactly. They've been watching for years what happened to Iraq. They knew exactly what's coming, and they will throw Iranian people in the front to be like, "Oh, look how many Iranians you've unalived," even though they've unalived more.
Okay,
literally. But you make these faces and you say this, but you actually have never experienced the realities.
Because you're just crazy racist, though.
I'm not. Who am I racist against?
Well, I mean, I've heard you say despicable things about Kurds, Arabs,
What did I say about Kurds?
Afghans.
I'm
You
literally
called
Kurdish.
Kurds like
My
foreign
mother is a Kurd.
invaders.
My mother is a Kurd. I
You
said
called
when they're
foreign
separatists,
invaders who are going to try and take your land away.
yeah, they're trying to take Iran's land. And Iranian Kurds don't even want that. A lot of them don't want it. I'm literally Kurd.
You are
How am I
one
racist to my
person.
people?
You are one person who you do not live in Iran, right? You do not live there.
I went back. I was there in February.
Yeah, but you don't.
I was there for 2 weeks.
You don't live. There's a fundamental difference between being there for 2 weeks and living in like Iranian Kurdistan for your entire life.
Yes, you're right. I don't live in Iranian Kurdistan. I have family members in Iranian Kurdistan, though. And I have lots of Iranian Kurdish families that are integrated into Tehrani society because they are welcomed in Iran. People in Iran are completely welcome them.
On.
They do.
This is just fiction. Like, I don't even know what you believe at this point. Like, that
I'm trying to tell you.
I thought Iran had been taken over by like hostile Islam and that they don't welcome people, but then also
No,
they do
the government does it,
welcome
but
people.
no. You need to listen. You just separate Iranian government from the people. Inside Iran, Iranian Kurds are so welcome to integrate and do what they want. Iranian Kurds are an ethnic Iranic group. Go search it up. They speak their language is so similar to Farsi. They celebrate Nowruz. They are similar to us. They are my
Yeah,
cousins.
but they have a
I am also
completely
part
different
Kurdish.
celebration of Nowruz.
I am also part Kurdish. Iranian and Kurds welcome them. Turkey is so oppressive to Kurds. So are the other Arab countries. Kurds are way more welcome in Iran than any other Middle Eastern country.
But yeah, but your Mr. Hero Shah killed the Kurds.
He's not my hero. I just think he did very, very, very good things for Iran.
So why did he kill?
Education
Why did he
rates.
kill Kurdish separatists and hang their leader?
Because he was a separatist.
So
You
what?
won't be
He
able to take
deserved
my
to
land.
die?
Do all the people the IRGC killed deserve to die?
I didn't say that, but you are saying that separatists do deserve to die.
But
He's a
thing is, like I said-
protester who dreamed of a different world, and he
no,
got
but
killed.
no one is.
But he
but
was
no
a
one is-
protester. But he was a protester who dreamed of a different world, and he was murdered by an authoritarian regime. But you seem to be okay with that one.
But no, number one, no one is perfect, and the Shah was so.
But I'm not
quote,
talking.
unquote-
I could
But
just
can
say
you let me
about everything
finish?
the Islamic Republic did. Yeah, well, they're not perfect.
He was so called. No, listen. The Shah was so called so bad that all the people he had in prison, a lot of them were just exiled and let off. The Shah and Savak were nothing. They were literally nothing compared to the IRGC. And the
Well, the
Savak,
Iranian
they-
population is a lot bigger now. Is one of the things. There was a
Yes,
massive
93 million
population
people.
boom.
Yes, it
I think
is.
it was only
Very-
like 30 million in the time
Yeah,
of
it was.
the
It was
Shah.
30 million back
So,
then.
I mean, still, he was pretty torturous and murderous, and they
He
engaged
was
in
not.
some very
No,
barbaric
he was
practices.
not. That's not true.
Did he torture
Listen,
and
you
murder
need to-
people?
How many on a
I don't
tiny
know,
scale?
like over
And
1,000?
No. Does your CIA torture and murder people? So why can't Iran have that?
I don't want anyone to be torturing and murdering people. I think it's
No,
wrong.
no. Your CIA, your MI5. Do they torture and murder people who are traitors to their country?
Yeah, and I'm
Who want to
totally
sell stuff
against.
to Russia? Yes. So does Iran. So Iran had that where they MEK Mujahideen
Yeah, but wait,
people who
wait.
wanted to.
I'm totally
Mujahideen,
against that, but
they
also,
wanted to.
also,
Mujahideen
also,
wanted to
wait.
bomb
Ghazi,
Iran and kill Iranians, and
Ghazi-
Savak dealt with it.
wait, what? So wait, why can't the Islamic Republic kill all the protesters and just say that they're Mujahideen?
Because it's not true.
How do you know it was true
That's
when the
not
Shah
true.
did
These
it?
people. Savak, you know what the Shah did to Khomeini? Khomeini was exiled to Iraq. That's how bad he was. He didn't even unalive Khomeini.
He arrested
literally-
Khomeini one time
My
for
biggest-
Khomeini
my
calling.
biggest-
Wait.
no.
Wait. You act as if the Shah was so nice. One of the times Khomeini got arrested was in like 1960 for saying he gave this speech where he was like, the Shah, right? The Shah, you say you care about Iranians. The Shah instituted a law where if an American ran over an Iranian, they couldn't go to prison for it. Basically, if they killed him. And so Khomeini was like, in this country, the Shah gives more rights to an American cook's dog than they do an Iranian person. And he was kind of true about that.
Khomeini was
But Khomeini also went to prison one time for calling like the Shah like a wicked, twisted
Khomeini
man.
Ruhollah Hindi was from India and spent most of
No,
his
he
life
was
in
he was
Karbala,
from. You can
Iraq.
say he's from
Ruhollah
India. This is
Hindi.
like Shah
His
propaganda.
father was Indian.
Yeah,
He
great.
was
But he was
literally half
he's
Indian.
well. You know what? I will give Khomeini this. Khomeini lived more of his life in Iran than you ever have. So I think he has more right to claim he
Karbala.
was
He lived in
Iranian.
Albala. He lived
But
in
he has
Karbala,
more right
Iraq
to
for
he
most
has
of his
more
life.
right to claim that he's Iranian than you do. Like he lived there for way
He's
longer
from,
than
no,
you
no,
did.
he's not. He's from India.
He lived, but he
And
lived.
you know, and I
He's
was-
lived in Iran. He lived in Iran way longer than you did. He, by virtue of that,
But do
is
you know what he
more
said? Do you know
Iranian
he
than
does
you.
not care? But do you think he cares
What do you
about
think he said?
Iranians?
What do you think he said? Do you think
said-
he was
he
like?
said-
Do you think he
he
was like
said-
glory to Narendra Modi or something?
He literally said about Iran, the only thing that's important is Muslims. We don't care about nationalists. We don't care about this country. And
When did he
since
say
then,
that?
Iran, go search it up. What he says. So search
But this
up
is
what
the
Khomeini
thing.
says
Where
about
did he say
nationalism
that?
versus Islam. He says it in an interview.
Meanies.
And then when he got off the plane, they said, "How do you feel that you're in Iran?" He said, "Hichi." Hichi in Farsi means nothing. He felt nothing. He's back in Iran because he doesn't care. He only cares about Islam.
There's something
and
about
Muslim
I
Shia
do remember that.
caliphates.
He said, wait. Khomeini said, "We do not worship Iran. We worship Allah. For patriotism is another name for
Yeah.
paganism.
There you
I
go.
say, let this land burn. I say, let this land go up in smoke, provided Islam emerges triumphant in the rest of the world."
Is that good? Do you think that's normal? He
What do you
doesn't care about
mean?
our country. He cares about
I
Islam.
don't agree with Khomeini's ideology.
There you go. He was never for Iran. He was only for Islam.
Yeah,
We
but I
need
mean, the
someone.
Shah
What
wasn't. The Shah wasn't for Iran. He was for making him
Shah
and his
spoke-
family richer.
When he gave his speech, he spoke to Iran and he cried for Iran. He
Shit,
cared about
wait.
Iran.
The Shah knew so little. By the way, if you want to read about this from someone who isn't actually, I don't know where you get your information from. I assume it's just like random people, as the same with the last guy.
Probably my time spent in Iran, actually Iran.
Yeah,
instead
but
of you
spending.
speaking
Okay, so I've been to Tajikistan, right? I went there for nearly a month.
Tajikistan.
I went
Yes.
to Tajikistan.
It's
yes.
at Iran.
No. I'm not doing that. But I don't think that I gleaned that much about understanding Tajikistan. But if I dedicated years to understanding Tajikistan, then I think I would understand it. But Michael Axworthy has a good book about Iran. It's called Revolutionary Iran. There's plenty of other good. Ervand Abrahamian is someone who's lived there his entire life and has good thoughts about Iran. He's an interesting guy. He doesn't support the Islamic Republic. What Axworthy said about the Shah was that the Shah was so disconnected from his country that basically he was like, why are people protesting against me? He didn't know there was like a huge urban mass of poor people. The guy lived in a
sure.
fantasy world. He didn't speak to Iran. Why do you think they overthrew him?
No one is disputing the fact. A lot of my family also criticized him for saying he was out of touch with what Iranians wanted. And
But you said he spoke to Iran, that he was this guy who knew everything about Iran.
Even though he was advancing a lot, it doesn't mean he didn't have a lot of good things that he did for Iran. You can't just get someone and completely demonize and ignore everything he did for Iran.
He didn't do much for Iran. He sold off the oil.
He
He helped
did.
coup Mossadegh.
He was still in power under Mossadegh. It was a constitutional
He helped
monarchy.
coup him.
He was under the Shah was still in power, and he was
The Shah helped
appointed by
coup
the Shah.
him. The Shah helped coup him.
Good. Bye bye Mossadegh. We don't even like him. We don't like Mossadegh.
Mossadegh was
to
certainly
Mossadegh.
more popular than the Shah because
No,
Mossadegh
at the time.
Mossadegh didn't get overthrown by like
Ask
a
her
popular.
about Savak. I like Savak. There's your answer. Question. I like Savak.
Brilliant. Okay. It certainly is interesting to hear the thoughts of the Iranian diaspora on the world. I should probably end that there. I've been up debating for way longer than I should have been. Christ almighty. Chris, this woman's... I think what you learn about is just like... By the way, what I think here is like, first of all, yeah, I've not lived under it. Yeah, I don't speak fluent Persian. Yeah, I don't do these things. But people, by virtue of living in a country, do not have some immutable, special knowledge that no one else can attain. These people don't know anything about Iran. They don't know anything about the Middle East. That other guy was just making stuff up that you'd hear on, like, anywhere. He told me Ghalibaf threw people off buildings personally, and then he said, nah, that didn't happen. But I just want to say, never believe that someone has this immutable knowledge because of living somewhere. People can learn about places that they're not from. People can understand them. I'm not going to speak over every single person. There are plenty of Iranian historians, but I'm also not going to listen to someone who just says like, yeah, I fucking hate it when the Islamic Republic do bad things, or, oh, the Palestinians deserve it when they poke the bear, but then tell me all about how Iranians are like, you know, the Islamic Republic has no right to kill people. Like, you think that governments do have the right to do that for people who dream of a better life, but when it comes to Iranians, you don't think, you think that that's some kind of different case. No, either you support Iranians in their right to change what they live under and live like a different life, or you don't support it. It's as simple as that. Yeah, I know. Khomeini lived there certainly for a long time. Yeah, her argument is she hated... Yeah, but also, imagine just believing your country was taken over by a foreign religion that had lived there and been there for ages. Had been there for such a long amount of time. No, I should probably... Oh, shit. I just dropped my thing. No, I'm going to end that here. Okay, guys, that's the end of this TikTok segment of the stream. I'm going to go live on I'm live on YouTube right now. Check it out, Chris Kunzler. Yeah, Chris Kunzler or Chris K Live on Twitch. Bye-bye. I'm a wordly gentleman. I had to Google how to spell abandon because I kept spelling it wrong, and then I realized why, and I'll prove it. Hold on. Actually, no, I won't. I won't prove it because it won't work now. It's my A key, all right? It's not doing it, okay? It kept adding extra A's. I swear. Okay, right. That is the end of that. Lol, you left. Yeah, that was the end of the stream. That was the end of the stream over there. I need to just do some fiddling. Give me 1 second. I'm your wicked Uncle Ernie. I'm glad you can see or hear me as I fiddle about. Fiddle about. Ah! White boy came back from the dead. Right, I have a couple of things to address, first of all. Lemon Mint Cat, thank you for the 8 months. I'm a Lebanese Canaanite. I'm unashamed to be called Arab. We share our culture for 14 centuries. I'm not a bigot against my brothers. I know. It is just insane. British authorities starving you, forbidding protest. Thomas, thank you for the 2,200 Chilean pesos twice. Nothing like bolstering patriotism through invasion. I really don't understand why these people are... Well, actually, I think it's just because a lot of these people are thick is the problem. Maybe take a small mental break. I'm totally fine. But thank you so much for that. And then there was someone who gifted... I can't remember who gifted 5 members over on Twitch. Honestly, the members are always greatly appreciated. If you got a Prime, throw it my way. It's always deeply appreciated. It was Afro Altruism. You gifted 5 gifted subs. Eddie Bingo. Holocene has been. Enjoy. Crewneck, enjoy. Raf Sham, enjoy, and Alayaz, enjoy. But hello, everyone. Balls misaligned in. You've never heard Fiddle About by The Who, which is a very, very, very weird song. Okay, right. You know what I will take for a small little break? I will go on Wordle here. And I'll do the Wordle as my little mental break for the day. Waste, we're going to start with. Oh, no, I didn't really debate any Zionists. I forgot about the bingo. Great idea, though. Tripe, we're going to go for. Oh, no. I could have started with that. I think it's tripe, right? No, wait, there's a ton of things it could be. Trike. Trike, should we go for? It's trite, isn't it? What? Tribe? Oh, it's tribe. It's funny that Persian nationalists forgot the Shah's wife was Egyptian and they hate every other country. I know. Oh, you're right. It couldn't have been tribe. It had to be tribe. I know. I could have had that in 2. Anyway, guys, don't worry, by the way. I also won't be doing the debate stuff permanently. So many of you have been so... yeah, I won't be doing it always. It's just a way to make sure I keep up with my TikTok stuff. And I know not everyone loves it. But I did get a text from my friend who must have been watching. He said, bro, what is this girl on? And he had a point. She was crazy. Right. Let's. I'll do the connections too to start off and fundamentally keep up my break. Could have been. Nah, T could have been, but no, it was waste. I like debates. Willie. Johnny, Fisheye Dolly, Wait, these might be techniques. Fisheye, dolly, reverse. Is that going to be in there? Cattle. Meet function. Oh. Teams, Zoom. How did I become so educated on geopolitics? Have you ever heard of Isaac Zale of the Overzealots channel? You must talk to him and listen to his words, and then you'll become so entertaining. But I find to do 2, maybe 3 people. I think also I should limit people on time, because that second guy was so obviously just like a low IQ guy. A low IQ guy. That's an interesting way of spelling American. No, million of Afghans are Persian by ethnicity. Yeah, I think she does. Yeah. By the way, Zizek, I'm going to read Zizek's new book. It looks kind of interesting, called Liberal Fascisms. Zizek is crazy, by the way. Zizek was talking about Palestine, and he was saying some unbelievable things. Anyway, Huddle Meet. I think it might be Huddle. No, I don't know. Patsy. Teams, Zoom, Meet. Yeah, what's the other one, though? Macro. Is Huddle some kind of meeting app? God, I need to... it probably is some kind of thing you know if you have a job. I obviously am unemployed and am reliant on the kindness of my dear community who become Prime members right fucking now. But your boyfriend Isaac Overzealots channel has been cheating. Was he talking to Spooky Scary yesterday? Ugh. Fisheye Dolly. No, it can't be Zoom. Script. Fisheye Dolly. Is it cat, dog, will, pat, bird, fish? Is it these? Oh my god. Is Zizek anti-trans? Is that true? So you think it's Dolly macro? No. Formula, script, function, macro? I don't know. Yeah, it's like spreadsheet. I didn't know that, but I thought they all sounded so. First names of singers. Dolly Parton, Johnny Cash, Patsy, Willie Nelson. Who's Patsy? I thought they were going to be talking about Tyler Robinson up in here. Here, Patsy. We all know it. Okay, right. Let's continue with something. I didn't know Zizek was transphobic. Hold on. So sorry, you want me to check out
I have been recently made aware of a small creator known as Isaac, who runs the channels of Overzealots and Underzealots. I have been recently made
What is this? What is this?
aware of an extremely serious situation between the VTuber known as Spooky Scary Socialist, or SSS for short, and a small creator known as Isaac, who runs the channels of Overzealots and Underzealots. Recently 2 witnesses have had come out to me to testify about the actions which they saw SSS commit on Isaac, but to quickly summarize the situation for anyone who hasn't caught up. Spooky and Isaac used to be friends, maybe even boyfriends, until Isaac began to plagiarize Spooky's content. This crippled their relationship. One day, Spooky decided it was enough and invited Isaac to his house.
Is this person playing the Backrooms? It's easier to ask what Zizek supports. Incredible Things is what Zizek supports. Incredible Things.
Where he would carry out his actions on Isaac. Now from there, I will describe everything that the 2 witnesses have had described to me. To protect the identities of the witnesses, we will call them Mr. Ladybug and Mr. Grimm with all letters capitalized, respectively. At July 29th...
Who made this? Was this one of you? I am not watching all of this. What on earth is this? Spooky Scary Socialist. Okay, right. I need to get off this channel instantly. Whoever made this, that's insane. I hope Alika speaks to you. Alika Lebon is not speaking to me. Not a chance. God, also, by the way, I love talking to that guy for a second when he started having the audacity to say Palestinians poke the bear, but then his like ideology was like, no, Iranians. But it's like, well, are they not poking the bear in your logic? Is that not your logic? I think that video is a joke. Alika was just debating you. The spirit of Alika Labon was debating me.
President Trump.
Also, by the way, crazy emerging story. Jared Kushner is with Hamas, apparently.
Trump's Middle East envoy, Jared Kushner, is in talks this hour with the Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu, following his rare meeting on Sunday with Hamas leaders in Cairo. It was the first time that Jared Kushner sat down with Hamas officials.
Yeah, because I don't sit there and ever justify protesters being killed, but these people who apparently have such a clever moral position that us Western leftists just don't understand. Oh, they just don't understand our clever moral position. Oh, they don't understand. Oh, that, like, they just justify it. They just justify it. Zizek is a contrarian. I don't know. I think The Sublime Object is a fantastic piece of work, and I'm sure that there's other fantastic work in there, but yeah, like I can understand, especially now. He did say something which I kind of found pretty based. I listened to him talk about it. Wait, I'll show you it, because there was this piece called All the Liberal Fascists. His opinion is that that European governments are worse than Israel because they arm the genocide and then they fret and swoon over Palestinian suffering. So that's his opinion. He also kept talking about the Israeli sexual abuse and how their society is the most perverted in the world, which his argument was interesting.
Since October last year, when they met to finalise the ceasefire and the hostage release deal. The Board of Peace envoy and former British Prime Minister Tony Blair was supposedly in that meeting, along with the head of Egyptian intelligence, Hassan Rashad. Now, under the proposed 15-point plan supported by President Trump, Hamas has agreed to disarm in exchange for a full Israeli military withdrawal from the Gaza Strip. But that agreement was rejected last week.
I'm sure his article about Zizek is great. I just think sometimes, like, there's people, I don't know, who don't appreciate some of the stuff he did, but I'm sure there's great stuff to say, critical stuff to say about him as well.
By the Israeli Prime Minister, there are hardline elements within his...
He did sound quite British when he was speaking Farsi. Like, I don't think that guy ever lived in Iran. I think that's bullshit, but I don't really care to debate or, like, do investigation as to whether some guy lived in Iran. By the way, Crystal, you didn't miss much. You missed my interaction with the Iranian diaspora, and it was fantastic. The part I hate about that, by the way, is I know plenty of decent people from the Iranian diaspora who genuinely wanted change in their country, who grew up there, who had very real reasons to criticize the Islamic Republic. But people like that are just so far gone. It's like, what do you even say? Like, you believe that you have some culture that is entirely different to everyone else in the region. Like, come on, lad. Like, your cultures are just too intertwined.
Government who don't want a peace deal. There are some, like the Security Minister Itamar Ben-Gvir, who make no secret of their opposition to the negotiations. And in criticising the recent reduction in airstrikes in Gaza, he has gone even further. Speaking on a podcast over the weekend, he said, "I think the targeted assassinations should be carried out in Gaza, taking down 30 to..."
Okay, well, they're kind of talking about a load of shit, which I want to get into. Emmy via vid Barry Malone was good. Is it like a long one or is it like a reasonable one? By the way, I am actually putting out the newsletter yet. The newsletter this week is basically just me bigging up the Financial Times. Oh my goodness, the Financial Times has been on a campaign against the United Arab Emirates. I would highly recommend this to anyone. UAE. Their UAE series is insane, to say the least. The Emirati mercenaries. It's called The Mercenaries Fighting in Africa's Forgotten War. It is like categorical proof that there are mercenaries sent to Sudan to fight there. I can send you the author, by the way, I feel like theoretically, I normally wouldn't do this, but I am actually going to show this on stream because the author released it. Catherine Hureld is her name. Hold on. Hureld. The author put out a GIF link to the article for free if you want it. I can show you. She definitely did this categorically on Twitter. Here is a GIF link to her article if you want to find it. She talks about, particularly here, how... I didn't know this, by the way, as well. This is the question that I've always wanted to answer. Also, you just saw it type the double A, so there's proof that it was why I was confused about spelling abandon, and it's not because I'm dumb. But yeah, have a look at this. Colombians were used to death, but not on this scale. Many of the mercenaries were special forces veterans or had battled insurgents in the South American jungles. Some had been gunslingers for the South American cartels. A few had already spent years working as contractors in the Middle East. But what they saw in El Fasher was something else entirely. There's also mention here of how Sudanese people pointed out that white men were there watching the massacres of Sudanese people. It's brilliant. It's genuinely, this article is so fucking good. Do Emiratis have no shame? I mean, the reason I brought this up is because I watched the video earlier where this guy, Amjad Taha, who speaks like this, he goes, I am Emirati. I am Emirati. But he gave this thing where he said, we are not in danger. We are the danger to those who oppose us. Plagiarizing the Breaking Bad line, pretending he has aura. I don't know if you guys know this, but the UAE did actually used to send soldiers into conflict zones. And then in 2015, the Houthis fired, I think, was a Soviet weapon. They fired some kind of weapon into this base and an ammunition dump, and they managed to kill 52 Emiratis, 10 Saudi soldiers, 5 Bahraini soldiers, and 36 pro-Yemeni troops. After this, the Emiratis were like, yeah, we're not going to send any more soldiers there. And, yeah. I think it's... Yeah. It was so they fired a Soviet ballistic missile. And, yeah. That was basically it. After that, they stopped using them. And they started sending Colombians to their death. But I've just seen this insane... Oh, wait. Where do you see the FT letter to the Financial Times? I was just looking at it. I've clearly clicked off, though, which is dumb. Ah, fuck. I missed it. Ah, our relationship with Africa. Here you go. Wait. So some Emirati person, Afra Al-Hameli, who is the director of strategic communications, posted her letter that she sent to the Financial Times. Have a listen to this. While we appreciate the FT series of big reads on the United Arab Emirates, we are disappointed by the portrayal of the UAE's engagement in Africa. Its central premise that the UAE is pursuing an imperial project across the continent is fundamentally untrue. To describe partnerships negotiated with sovereign African countries as evidence of imperial ambition is deeply patronizing. It relies on a stereotypical, outdated narrative portraying African states as passive recipients of foreign influence, incapable of identifying priorities that serve their national interests. By the way, this is what Woke One is crazy. This is Woke One kind of language. It is crazy. There's some crazy Woke One kind of discourse. The UAE's engagement with African governments is based on mutually beneficial ventures and long-term investment, not political conditionality, and reflects a history of friendship and development going back over 60 years. The scale and the nature of the UAE's investment are essential to any serious assessment. Between 2019 and 2023, the UAE committed more than $110 billion to projects across Africa, with approximately 70 billion directed towards renewable energy. The majority of the capital was committed to clean. By the way, it is insane to read this in comparison with the other one about how they're sending a fucking ton of, you know, Colombian mercenaries, about 2,000 mercenaries over to the country. Listen to this as well. The treatment of ports is particularly illustrative. The article presents these investments as components of a grand strategic design, when in reality, they are a commercial agreement that integrates supply chains, facilitates trade, and addresses infrastructure needs identified by partner governments. A story ostensibly concerned with African sovereignty should allow African governments to speak for themselves. Your 2024 article on the same subject quoted President William Ruto of Kenya, describing the UAE as a very good partner to African countries. Similarly, the African Union has expressed strong support for the UAE-Africa relationship. Fucking hell, I'm not even reading on. Go read this in comparison. They say not only are Emirati weapons there, the people they spoke to were trained in Emirati bases to go and aid and abet the taking of a city where thousands of people were slaughtered. God. They don't seem to mind as long as they get to line their pockets. No, that's all they care about, lining. It's about lining their pockets, but it's also the way in which the Emiratis don't actually need money like right now. Of course, everyone with money wants to pursue more money. It's the logic of capitalism. But the other thing that like is motivating the Emiratis, okay, is basically diversification of their economy. That's the main driving factor. They don't want to be too reliant on oil, and they want to have massive projects in Africa, basically, that allow them to do shit like that. Also, by the way, to hop onto a completely different subject, everyone has been going crazy over this video of Oliver Larkin talking about the genocide with a lady called Glenna Milberg.
Get into Medicare for all. Everybody needs health care. Not everyone
Hold on, I'm going to turn this shit up. Let me crank that shit.
Gets the health care they need. That's just a fact in the United States. Take me through those.
I enjoy the idea that not everyone getting their health care that they need is just a fact in American politics.
Real details of getting to where you want to be.
Yeah, I think when we look at insurance pools as a whole, it's having the broadest possible risk pool, the same way that when we look at the fragmentation of the property insurance market in Florida and these sky-high rates that people are dealing with, we're suffering from the same issue with the healthcare marketplace currently, where there's what we hear is that we want competition, but what that really means is that there are a few private health insurance industries that really have a monopoly over the marketplace and are able to charge whatever they want, not just to consumers, but or people in need of health care, but to hospitals, to the places that need to reimburse for these costs. So what I would like to see in the United States, which is the wealthiest nation on earth, not to guarantee healthcare as a right, and we pay twice as much per capita as other peer nations with similar incomes with worse outcomes. So I want to see us make sure that Medicare is expanded to cover everyone, expanded and improved, including coverage for vision, hearing, mental health care, reproductive health care. This is actually a more cost-effective way of delivering health care for people because we wouldn't have premiums, deductibles, co-payments.
Okay, I didn't actually want to listen to that one. I do apologize. This is the incredible one.
Israel is committing a genocide in
That's
Gaza.
incorrect. That is factually incorrect.
It has
That's
been regarded
propaganda.
by the United Nations and Amnesty International and even Israeli human rights organizations, including B'Tselem. There's
The
a number
definition of genocide in the UN has said this, does not apply to what many people might think as a disproportionate wartime action. That's what that is.
I really wish. I think one of the things that will always weigh me down is an inability to just speak with such confidence whilst not knowing anything. It is actually unbelievable that you hear these words coming out of this person's mouth. This is just made up.
In many people's minds, genocide is a very specific thing. Actually, genocide being committed against Jewish people. not by Israel. And that's just a fact.
I mean, the United Nations recently in Geneva found that the IDF had deliberately targeted women and children. There's been famine conditions imposed over the Gaza Strip by the blockading of aid entering the Strip. There's been indiscriminate bombing of hospitals, of mosques, of churches.
Again, I'm going to have to stop you, as that is factually not correct. But I hear you talking about something very important to a lot
Oh, incredible.
of people, and certainly who think that way. But as a congressman, and I'm being told we have to wrap, but as a congressman for District 25, I'm hoping your viewers will be able to hear you flesh that out a little more.
My God. She's also, by the way, started admitting, she said, in Oliver Larkin's interview, you falsely accused him of being factually inaccurate, citing the UN, calling Israel's actions in genocide, in Gaza a genocide. I don't know why you, as a supposed journalist, say things that are easily disprovable with simple Google searches. You can read the full UN report here. Here she says, good evening, and thank you for the email. We live in a time where propaganda and misinformation comes from all angles. My job is to fact check it. As many links to crowdsourcing and left and right organizations, there are just as many disputing. Included are some. So the US government, Council of Foreign Relations, I mean, a bit different to the UN. And then also, what is genocide? United Holocaust States Holocaust Museum. So that's what they're saying defines genocide. I have no side nor politics, as you could probably tell from the entirety of the interview. My reporting is not opposing or defending anything or anyone. So wait, she's not admits to an error. Where does she admit to the error? Where does she admit to the error? No matter how many... Where does she admit to the error? Where does she admit to it? She's unfortunately privated everything. She had an incredible bio as well. TV journalist, This Week in South Florida, host and World News Weekend, anchor, AM equals coffee, PM equals red wine. I like how dumb it is that she has to put what the emojis are, which is great. And ready for anything in between, plain emoji. I like this lady. I would like to appear on her show. I would like to appear on her show and chat with her. If she's having wine in the... if it were up to me, I'd flip that. Wine in the PM and coffee... No, wine in the AM and coffee in the PM. Yeah, I've seen...
Even Israel's
so he just posted
committing
one.
a genocide.
So he just posted one that was basically with articles overlapping. But yeah, I mean, it's pretty evident who's telling the truth here. But yeah, you need to invert that. Wine in the AM, coffee in the PM, so you can drink in the morning and then you can have a coffee to sober you up when you have to do something, like go and pick up your kids or whatever the hell it is people in South Florida are up to. I don't know what's going on in there. I assume it's a barbaric place. And I know some will say, oh, you shouldn't make assumptions about entire cultures. It's in America. It's probably a barbaric place. Let's be real here. Okay, right. The other crazy story that I'm sure some of you have seen by now is Ben Gavir's been stating some nice kind of stuff. She seems like the kind of person... She seems like she has a live, laugh, laugh sign in her house as well. I'm sure you've seen this. Ben Gavir has been... By the way, once again, I saw Lona Box. Once again, I said I wasn't going to talk about him. But I saw him acting as if... Like, it's kind of crazy to pretend that this guy, like, represents Israel. I'm sorry, like, Ben Gavir is just, like, he controls the police. He is pretty much representative of Israel, okay? Like, the fact is what isn't representative of Israel about Ben Gavir is, like, all of the messianism and, like, his willingness to say we need to do it right now. But what is there within Israelis and is clearly supported is doing whatever you want to anyone who harms Israel in any capacity. You know, most of those people agree with that. And also just having state torture. Israelis act as if torture is not some state policy. It is very openly state policy of the Israelis. But have a listen to what he has to say.
זה לא סוד, אני חלקתי על ראש הממשלה, אני חושב שצריך לעשות סיכולים ממוקדים בעזה, כל לילה להוריד 30-40.
Zay the Cannon, 4 months with Prime. Thank you for supporting the channel so much. Incredibly kind. It is always goated. Thank you. But yeah, Ben Gvir has said that they should be killing 30 to 40 people every night in Gaza.
לא רק אלה שמסכנים אותך באותו רגע. אין, יש שם אנשים שהם לא בני חיים, הם לא צריכים לחיות, הם לא אנשים, גם אני נותן להם מחמאה שאני קורא להם אנשים.
By the way, you know what's kind of funny as well is in the Nazi government, the Nazis had a ton of people who were just blamed for like the bad things. Like Hitler blamed Goebbels for Kristallnacht after giving it legitimation and justification. When it comes to Ben Gvir, okay, Ben Gvir's barbaric policies have just been allowed to carry on. Have just been enabled by the Israeli military. Nagok, thank you for the 4 months of Prime. Incredibly kind. Thank you for supporting the channel.
ואני חושב שאנחנו צריכים להשתקם, א', בטיפול, בעזרה, בחיבוק.
That video of him with the curse, I know, it is so incredibly cursed. Ben Gvir Rabin ornament. I don't know if you can see it here. Hidden Palestine. If you've never seen this, this is Ben Gvir as a child holding the hood ornament of Yitzhak Rabin's car. What did Lonabox do? Lonabox, I don't know what's up with him, okay? Lonabox does this thing where he kind of pretends to be like right thinking on Palestine. This is like his basic trick. But when it comes down to it, if you listen to him speak for any amount of time, he will just come out with the most insane support justifications of Israel. When he was watching my debate with Maddie, he started saying that international aid organizations didn't agree on the number of trucks, that there wasn't like this unified opinion about stuff that was going wrong in Gaza. Also, by the way, people like Destiny have sought to deny the famine. I know that. I don't know if Lonabox denies it fully, but yeah, just go check out what he says and you will find it crazy.
של עם ישראל, אבל גם בלהילחם באויבים האלה. אני בדמיוני רואה את כל עזה שלנו, יישובים, לא רק בגוש קטיף, בכל עזה, לעודד הגירה כמה שיותר, לשלוח אותם לארצותיהם.
I also truly find it incredible what Israel is like as a society. You have the man who controls your country's police, and you have a country that controls the police of the country. He also controls the prison systems, and he is openly talking about his desires for encouraging ethnic cleansing, for doing ethnic cleansing, and for killing uninvolved people.
ואת המחבלים, שום הגירה ושום כלום, אותם להרוג אחד אחד.
כן, ביטחון לאומי של מדינת ישראל, לאזרחים, מה תאחל לנכי צה"ל, למשפחות השכולות.
אושר, נחת, הרבה הרבה אהבה, ובעזרת השם, אינשאללה, כמה שיותר מהר.
Like, this guy is just, this guy is just one of the more ideologically committed Nazis. I know. Ben Gvir's soy face pic. I don't even know, though. Hold on, I'm just going to pour myself some water. I know, I also don't know why there's this reflexive desires to pretend that there aren't ills in Israeli society. Because when it comes to British society, if people are like, yeah, Britain's getting crazy racist, I'd be like, yeah, that's completely true. Britain is getting crazy racist, like more and more racist. And I think Farage is not really an outlier. Like, I think that there are many handmaidens of it, but Farage just speaks more clearly. Same with Rupert Lowe. I think these people are all over the place. Sorry, there's a video of Boris Johnson singing Pink Pony Club.
שאנחנו ניכנס לכל עזה, נתיישב בכל עזה, נעודד...
Like, I don't know how you feel, like, not contradicted and being like, there's not a problem in Israeli society where this guy is at the top of Israeli society. He's a minister in the cabinet, okay? He controls the country's police. And he sits there and he says, oh yeah, when it comes to Gaza, like, we should kill people there. We should kill and execute scores of people. We should execute Palestinian prisoners. We should also torture them. That's fine. People should get medals for torture. Killing civilians is good. We should kill the uninvolved who'll be a future threat. Like, he is, by the way, killing 30 to 50 people, by the way, as well, which is kind of funny, is it is a slowdown of how many people Israel was killing in Gaza. When was the ceasefire signed in Gaza? Okay, right. So the peace deal in Gaza was signed 2 years and 3 days after October the 7th. So that's what, 365 times 2, 730 plus 3, which is, I don't know, 733. 70, let's take the number of 73,000 divided by 733. Divided by 733. They were pretty much killing, on average, 100 people per day, not taking out ceasefire periods in Gaza. 100 people per day. People act as if this is such an insane statement. But let's be real here. Israel was like pretty much doing this anyway on a larger scale. They killed way more people. And then they act as if everyone's so upset and terrified of what Ben Gvir does. The thing is Ben Gvir is just saying, like, yeah, we should just continue our pre-existing policy. And that policy isn't carried out by hundreds of little Ben Gvirs. It's not at all. The policy that Israel is inflicting, I'm going to go full camera for this. The policy that Israel is inflicting on Palestinians is carried out by those liberal Israelis who oppose Ben Gvir. It's carried out by those educated pilots who so deeply want a Palestinian state, apparently. It's carried out by British people who go over there, by Americans, all of these people who go over to Palestine and do the killing. This guy is just a lightning rod for condemnation about it, basically. He's someone to take the flak and pretend he's some kind of, oh, you know, a different character. But it's just like, come on. Jesus Christ, he's not some kind of difference. Ben Gvir is Israel, and if you don't admit it, then you are just not admitting the perversion that has come on in Israeli society. I also hate it just being this society of secrets, you know, open secrets, doesn't have nuclear weapons. Doesn't have nuclear weapons, but we all know it does. Doesn't torture people, but we all know it does. Doesn't starve people, but we all know it does. It's just like, come on. God, apparently Baron Trump is worth 150 million. But yeah, I don't know. This whole notion that, yeah, it was carried out by just like random people. That it was just like Ben Gvir is not representative of Israel. Sure, maybe not everyone in Israel has Ben Gvir's views, but they certainly went along with Ben Gvir. They certainly went along with the things that Ben Gvir wanted. They certainly went along with the desire to slaughter thousands and thousands of people. They certainly went all along with his desire of just having a torture state. They certainly went along with his desire of doing ethnic cleansing. They certainly went along with his desire of his plans to ethnically cleanse the West Bank. Not all of those soldiers are committed to what they're doing, but they're certainly doing it and aiding and abetting it. Even if he wasn't the guy who was in charge, they all went along with these policies. Wait, apparently now 50% of Palestinians oppose a two-state solution. Only 44% support it. 27% see an armed struggle as the most effective path to Palestinian statehood, whilst 44% prefer negotiations and 19% favour peaceful resistance. Marwan Barghouti, who they claim is a convicted terrorist in an Israeli court, by the way, as the next president, is favoured by 54%. More than 1/3 of Palestinians in Gaza and 25% in the West Bank would vote for Hamas if legislative elections were held today. 66% of Palestinians distrust the Gaza Board of Peace. Wow, more Palestinians see Hamas as the winners of the Gaza war than Israelis. Than the Israelis did. Then they think Israelis are the winners. 65% think that neither. Oh my god, 70% of Palestinians think Hamas shouldn't disarm. Massive distrust of the Gaza Board of Peace. God, by the way, you can see why asking Palestinians in Gaza is such a skewed narrative right now, because apparently distrust of the Gaza Board of Peace is way weaker in Gaza, but I think ultimately you see probably heightened trust in Gaza because of just like the mass slaughter of Palestinians. Support opposed two-state solution. What is the most effective? Should President Abbas remain in office? No one thinks he should. That's interesting. Khalil al-Khaya is 26% popular in comparison to... God, fucking Barghouti is still so popular. How would Palestinians vote if elections were held today? 32% would vote Fatah. 29% would vote... Is that all from Gaza? No, Hamas is still more popular in the West Bank. In Gaza, sorry. Third parties. That's a massive surge in Fatah, though. Damn. Kind of crazy. Interview with the genocide Zionist Bernie Sanders, who he gave a gift during the interview. Who are you talking about to Evan? What's this conversation about? Liberalism is the ideology of capitalism. I think basically the new argument put forward by Zizek, and by the way, if you don't want to read Zizek, just go read the Parapraxis piece on liberal fascists. You'll find it if you just scroll through. It doesn't even necessarily mention it, but it is so crazy, by the way. I really hate this kind of online politics of how loads of these people think that they just have a right to whip all leftists into line on the basis of Trumpian authoritarianism, when the major problem is that the liberals who allegedly oppose Trumpian authoritarianism are just the handmaidens of Trumpian authoritarianism, in the sense of, like, these people are doing nothing to improve the material conditions, which said material conditions then go on to inflate the success of these authoritarian parties. So you're stuck in this thing fucking forever of just these people who kind of say, well, you can't vote for Trump, but you must vote for the other you must vote for the other person. You must vote for the other person because they're better than Trump. And then it's like, well, they don't do anything. And then Trump or his acolytes win again. Christ almighty. Look at this. Wait. The Houthis, amongst Palestinians, apparently the satisfaction for solidarity with regional international actors, the Houthis rank top. Qatar is at 51%, Hezbollah 50%, Iran is at 50%, Spain is at 50%, China is at 40%, and Donald Trump is at 5%. Wow. Trump's fascism is just a symptom of the capitalist system. The real enemy is the liberal. I think also, if you're having a conversation about like the concept of woke 1.0, and I think this goes for pretty much anything, so much of it becomes say the right language, and if you say the wrong language, we'll punish you. And I don't think people should be allowed to say whatever they want, but then they don't do any material life to benefit the people, material changes to benefit the systemic issues. The systemic issues remain, and then liberals kind of, because they never wanted to commit to radical change anyway, just kind of leave the path open for fascists to be like, look, they punish me for speaking and there's nothing wrong going on in the world. Wah. And so I think it's kind of like, that sucks as well. That's a sucky aspect. Houthis are too weird sect-wise. What? Yeah, I mean, The Houthis sect is pretty crazy. I like, in terms of in relation, I wouldn't say it's crazy because I don't know enough about it, but it's pretty crazy in relation to other sects in the sense of like, you know, they are Zaydis, but even the Houthis have their own religious thought that is different to the rest of, you know, different to the rest of like Zaydi Shias. No, the Houthis basically believe, in my understanding, they think jurisprudence is like totally, that basically you shouldn't do it, and that all of this stuff has created way too many divisions amongst Muslims, and that's their opinion. Sean de Black just raided with a party of 329. My goat, Sean de Black. But yeah, my goat, thanks for supporting the channel, Sean, and anyone who's popped over as a raider. Hello, everyone. You know, leave it. No. I understand what you were saying, though, as in why there wouldn't be sectarian opposition, right? Was that your argument? Did you watch the Kavanackle woke one, woke two, anti-woke left? No, I just saw he tweeted something, though. What did he tweet? A lot of people crying about woke one versus woke two, or whatever, just want an excuse to say ableist, racist, sexist shit, etc., without giving a single fuck about the people they claim to care about. I think a lot of people just want to say the R word, I'm going to be honest. I really think that that's the word that these people just have this absolute desire to say for some kind of reason. Why that is, I don't fucking know. Sean raided, yes. Sean raided me. Which I'm grateful for. And it just so happened we were talking about people just want to say the R word, I'm going to be honest. I really think... Sorry, I'm playing myself twice. That's my mistake. I just have to have YouTube open to keep the chat open as well. So that's my dumb mistake. But yeah. I think when it comes to this, like, you look at the failure to do this structural reform, and then people are like, God, wasn't that crazy that these people advocated for so much, and then there was nothing to it. But it's like, well, just because we didn't get it doesn't mean you shouldn't care about it still. Because they can't say slurs anymore, and the R word is the most innocent slur. Yep, 100%. By the way, do you know what's fucking funny about all of these anti-Semitism crusaders? Two of the biggest anti-Semitism crusaders, Destiny and Lonabox, who constantly obsess over, like, Hassan, and they're even obsessed with that Pisco guy who doesn't even seem to be, like, insanely pro-Palestine, I don't fucking know, as being an anti-Semite. They all associated with Destiny, who wrote a manifesto about why he should say the N-word. Do you notice how someone like Destiny someone like Destiny is happy to say the N-word and all of this stuff, but apparently is so acutely attuned to racism that he thinks Isaac from the Overzealots channel... hold on, I'll show you. He thinks that Overzealots is doing the Merchant of Venice propaganda against Ethan Klein. I'll have to find the video he said it was on. This one. I think it was this one. Destiny looked at this and said, yeah, he's doing Merchant of Venice stuff and like to Ethan Klein on some of these thumbnails. But apparently he somehow knows that, like, saying the N-word is fine. It's incredible how these people somehow only think that Jewish people are the ones that matter. But, you know, what do you expect? Also, this is, if you were asking what the poll was, it's this PSR poll. It's the one that Lonabox will always cite about two-state. I wonder what opinions of one state. 27% of people apparently only supported abandoning the two-state solution in favor of a one-state. That's the only mention of it. Industry reaction to being told a world might not be good. But I don't know why these people are just... I don't know why these people are just so concerned by, like, the restrictions on them saying nasty words. Saying nasty words that you shouldn't be saying. Like, I appreciate it, okay? I was listening to a podcast and they kept saying... a word that Fanon uses constantly, there's the word for black in Spanish, and it's like, they're reading Fanon quotes, you know, what do? Do you censor it? Because I'm not sure they'd read out the N-word, but I know that word also has a lot of negative connotations, but yeah. Destiny would be openly anti-Semitic if he thought it was profitable. it's not even the profitability. What you have to realize is a lot of these people who've been maligned by actual leftists for the longest time about their bigoted and disgusting takes finally want something to win over other people with their they want to finally be able to say to other people, you're actually the bigots, and finally be the real leftists. And so they've chosen to glob onto this thing that has absolutely nothing to do with racism and persecution of the Jewish people. Article in the Telegraph about British fascism. Which one? What's it about? No, but they're not reading it in the Spanish context. They're reading it in the context of Frantz Fanon. But I'm not going to repeat it because I don't really see the point. Or I don't see the need, not the point. Just it, the word that comes from those two things. There used to be, by the way, I don't know if any of you know this, there used to be a journal that bore that word until not even that long ago. It's changed its name to the Journal of Black Studies, but it used to be called the Journal. Occasionally you're on JSTOR looking stuff up and you are like, oh my god, what is this?
La Boubou.
Sorry, I need to clear my throat. I've only found your community recently, and you all seem really lovely and informed. Thank you for educating me and helping me to learn more. Damien, thank you for being here. It's always appreciated. Isaac just texted me. Oh, shit. Shit, I'm assuming the Cogito episode is out right now, so if any of you are interested, I'm sure there's still some raiders from Sean de Black. We have a podcast. Oh, shit, you know who might be a good guest to have on in the moment? Sean de Black, and talk about Woke 1 and Woke 2. That would probably be a fun guest. I should probably ask Isaac about that. But yeah, if any of you want to check it out, we just did an episode on the Western Sahara. We just also hit the follower goal over on Twitch. 3.5k. Fucking hell, you guys are crazy up in there. Also, as always, anyone got a Prime, feel free to throw it my way. They are complaining about Farage and such, and they include anti-Semitism and nativist rhetoric, despite having previously encouraged it. By the way, I think that a new advent in the British right that's going to happen soon, it's already happening. This guy, Angloid, is a little Hitlerite. He has now made 3 videos about Israel in a row. I think he's gonna quickly realize that this guy and that all of these people have an easy new way to capture a new thing of young right-wing men by talking about how these politicians all fucking love Israel. They hate Palestinians, by the way. They are disgusting and repugnant. But these people have started to work out what to do. We could actually even watch one of his videos, I guess, to see what they're doing. I know he's such a repugnant racist, but I guess it would be like an interesting thing. Oh my god, this guy is so racist. I don't think you guys would even believe it. Angela, No Justice just covered the article. Did they? I guess I'd have to reread it and rewatch it. But yeah, I would just, this is a pretty worrying thing. I also found it here. British, what's it called? Labour Friends of Israel. Some guy who's like some guy called Josh D, who seems to be quite racist, also just released a video. The truth about the rise of Restore. Look at these videos. They found it. They're gonna clock this niche, and you should be worried about it. But at the same time, the problem is not us. It has nothing to do with how people have spoken about Palestine. Unfortunately, what it has to do with is the behavior of our government. And yeah, they spoke about this guy. He is a straight-up Nazi. Oh my god, if this guy was around, he'd be frog marching alongside the Nazis, I'm sure. Maybe he would. Okay, if he were around in that time, it's a hypothetical. I don't know if he would. Please don't sue me. Ethan Klein, don't back Angloid's claims against me to sue me. I don't want to be sued by a British little racist. I really don't. It's not something that I'm interested in this. What What do you want to do? Do you want to check out his video? But yeah, they're going to do the Tucker Carlson shit. Oh, this guy had 3K subscribers and this was getting 100 views before. The not so secret society running the Britain. I don't know. AI channel banner. I realize, by the way, I've been told this multiple times. I need to update my channel picture on YouTube. It's shit. And I also need to update I need a banner on my profile of like Chris Kunzler YouTube. Angloid hates Israel because it's perceived to be bad for the USA. I know Zionists who hate Palestinians because it's bad for Israel, aka Bernie Sanders. Well, I mean, the reason that he hates is not obviously bad for the US, only because he's British. But yeah, you're right. Twitch also needs a banner. I know it does. I know it does. Give us the boo-boos first. I know, I keep forgetting to do that. I'm sorry, I was knackered yesterday. I've been quite tired the last few days. I think it's just the debates sort of take a bit more energy than I thought they did. There are a couple of things to cover first, which are... I don't know if you guys knew this, but oh, wait. Trump is Juche maxing. Did any of you... I'm sure you've seen this. Korea. Trump has declared his support, his uncritical support for the Juche. He is now the #1 fan of the Juche. So he said, based on my very good relationship with Kim Jong-un of North Korea, I am not happy with the fact that the United States has long ago agreed to participate in a joint military exercises with South Korea. These exercises are not only costly, with much of the cost paid by the United States of America, as usual, but send a signal that is totally inappropriate and hostile to a country that, as long as Donald J. Trump has been president, has been unthreatening and respectful. Therefore, and based on the fact that it is too late to cancel, I have instructed Secretary of War Pete Hegseth to substantially reduce the joint military exercises. While somewhat unrelated, I recently asked President of South Korea if they would like to join us in the denuclearization of the Islamic Republic of Iran, and they said no thanks. Thank you for your attention to this matter. I haven't seen what MTG claimed. What did they claim? What did she claim? Juche? Or what is it? Man, this war against North Korea shit is boring. Oh my god, wait. Al Jazeera, by the way. Al Jazeera. Let me show you. Al Jazeera had the craziest guy on, you know, they had the craziest guy on their thing today.
Donald Trump.
Is it Juche or Juche or Juche? I don't know. I'm not Korean. I love South Korea for telling him no thanks. Didn't they also take his? They took away their THAAD system from Korea.
Trump says the United States will scale back its military exercises with South Korea. Writing on Truth Social, the U.S. president says, based on my very good relationship with Kim Jong-un of North Korea, I'm not happy with the fact that the United States.
Violist, I haven't seen you in ages. Great to see you. Thank you for subscribing at Tier 1. Incredibly kind. 5 months. My God, I hope you're doing well.
Holding joint military exercises with South Korea. He says the exercises are costly and send the wrong signal to the North. He's asked Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth to substantially reduce the exercises. And Trump ended by saying South Korea had refused to join in the denuclearization of Iran. Well, the U.S. is South Korea's main defensive partner, with thousands of American troops stationed in the country. Two militaries regularly hold joint...
Yeah, I know. Imagine being South Korea and just having to put up with the US taking away your THAAD system, which caused loads of fucking issues. So basically, they had these THAAD system, which led to a massive negative impact from the Iranian, from the Chinese, and they didn't get anything in return. And now Trump's scaling back his operations there, and is like, I actually love the I love the Islamic Republic of North Korea.
Exercises, practicing their response in case of an attack by the Communist North. They're due to start a fresh round of drills on Monday. Let's bring in Scott Eulinger. He's a US Navy veteran and former senior...
Did South Korea apparently said that they were apparently this was a few days before. South Korea apparently proposed talks with the North about apparently ending their conflict, because they're one of the few countries that are still technically at war, right? And have been in a permanent state of war since the 1950s, since the early 50s, 51, right?
CIA officer. He joins us live from Philadelphia. Scott, so President Trump says he now wants to reduce US military exercises with South Korea based on what he described as his good relationship with North Korea. I mean, how surprised are you that Trump has made this move, and what does this mean for the US?
I've heard this thing about US nuclear weapons. Apparently the US is potentially considering this, but the question is what they do. I think it was Fox reporting this. We'll have a look about that in a second.
South Korea alliance, Scott?
Well, Darren, I'm a little surprised at the timing. However, this has sort of been developing for almost a year now. Despite the fact that, South Korea has not been cooperating with the United States on Iran, there have been other policy divergences, and that's been caused by the election in 2025 of President Lee. The Democratic Party of Korea is rather controversial, and I think the U.S. administration is unhappy with its accommodation moves toward China.
I do also think that in the future, one of the things that will likely end up happening with North and South Korea, but also the rest of the world, is this decision of whether you should stay with the United States. And I think increasingly, I would just not bother. And I think increasingly countries will realize that why would you stay with this country that flips on the basis of random people in the government, and also can so easily just carry out a war that is so destructive, as in the case of Iran, based on what a country that is useless does. Like this useless country that provides nothing to the world apart from just unrest and destabilization. Israel, that is.
South Korea has been getting too friendly with China, I think, in the U.S. assessment, and that's why this move is being made now.
Yeah, and it seems that, like, Trump is willing to shake up the existing security architecture of the region just because he seems upset that South Korea didn't want to help in what he called the denuclearization of Iran. I mean, this decision doesn't seem to be based on any sound military thinking or strategy.
No, I disagree. Like I said, the Iran thing is just a symptom of a larger problem, and that is that the government of South Korea for the past year.
By the way, why Al Jazeera had this guy on is genuinely beyond me. He is fucking insane. He keeps on talking over and over again about how, like, it's because of China. I think it is in part because of the Iran stuff and because they weren't willing to dance the exact tune, and it's to kind of whip them into... you know, behaving a certain way.
Their impeached president is in jail right now. The president of Korea is entirely too friendly with communist China. And this is a time when countries such as Japan, the Philippines, Australia, and Taiwan are increasingly concerned. And I also think that these allies were increasingly concerned over South Korea's policy change regarding China. So I think this is Trump's subtle way of using his friendship with North Korea is really beside the point. But he's basically sending a warning to the government of South Korea that they should stop their policies of being overly friendly.
I mean, the whole thing is like, maybe he's right, but this guy seems to come from an angle of just, yeah, China is actually fucking evil. And you're right, like, why would you hate China that much? There's much to say about, like, them being authoritarian and what have you. Western society is increasingly like that, and all of this surveillance state that we were so meant to fear as children, that we were told about social credit score, you know. As I mentioned the other day, it already exists in the British, it already exists in our states, the British, all over. Al Jazeera before, when talking about Japan, brought on a British guy who said that PM Takaichi is actually a moderate who just wants the best for Japan. They are pretty bad with East Asia stuff. Is she not just a moderate who wants the best for Japan?
With China, because it's alarming other U.S. allies in the region, and it will basically cause perhaps the South Koreans to question some of the things they've been doing in the past year. So this has been developing for some time behind the scenes.
OK, so the US and South Korea are due to start their regular military drills on Monday, and these drills have been in place for years. We're told they change and adapt to North Korea's evolving capabilities. How important are these drills, Scott, with South Korea, and what do they entail?
The drills are very important. I've participated in the maritime part of these exercises at sea. And basically, the exercises are war games that enable allies to coordinate their communications, their weaponry, their strategy, etc.
By the way, it is incredible how much money has been wasted on this by the US, like beyond all of the stuff, but just on the basis of having divided a country in two many, many, many years ago, that the US still just spent insane money on to maintain the division between the two countries.
It was some kind of a conflict in Asia. In feature, also Australia will participate, as will Japan, possibly Taiwan. Other countries will participate. The fact that these exercises are being drawn down a little bit is not alarming from a military point of view, because there are other exercises throughout the year with other U.S. allies, which also include South Korean participation, such as Operation...
Does Kim Jong-un regularly speak publicly? A government that genocided North Koreans and South Koreans for being too pro-communism, and the only reason it's not called a genocide is that the UN Charter got changed. Yeah, I'm sure that that's the kind of reasoning. As well, it is kind of crazy that Americans and people around the world just act as if this is kind of normal.
With Japan. But this is, again, I think this is Trump's subtle way of kind of putting a marker down with South Korea, telling them that they should reconsider some of their policy decisions regarding China.
And just a final thought to you, Scott. I mean, Trump also on his Truth Social said that whilst he's been president, North Korea has been unthreatening and respectful. But the facts are North Korea has continued to fire missiles near Japan and South Korea. And let's not forget, North Korea has been providing troops and missiles to Russia in its war with Ukraine.
Yeah, that certainly right. North Korea has been assisting Russia, so that's certainly not a good thing. But like I said, I think Trump is using North Korea, and North Korea is far better behaved under Trump than it was certainly 10 or 12 years ago. I've written extensively about North Korea. Lately, they have been better behaved.
This guy, by the way, when I was listening to this earlier, I was like, this guy is fucking mental. What is he talking about? North Korea being better behaved?
However, that's really Trump's excuse to reduce the level of the exercises, because really it's not a...
That's certainly not a good thing. What? The North Koreans, they're certainly bad.
About awarding or rewarding North Korea. It's more about mildly scolding South Korea.
Scott Eulinger, US Navy veteran and former CIA officer.
I love to hear from this. I don't know why Al Jazeera didn't just get on like some Korean analyst to talk about this. Why they got on just some fucking CIA guy talking about Korea behaving well or not. Crushed. Hold on. Wait, I have just heard an insane story. In fact, if someone wants to clip this, I might even turn this into a short. So on Twitter, first of all, actually, by the way, Nick Fuentes and Rabbi Yosef Mizrahi are having an argument, but I've never heard this story. In 1984, Ehud Yatom picked up a large stone and crushed the skulls of two bound unarmed Palestinians captured by the IOF. This is apparently an account. We put them in our van, and then I received instructions from Avraham Shalom, Shin Bet chief, to kill them. So I killed them, said Yatom, who was then a 36-year-old head of the agency's operation branch. I crushed their skulls, he recalled. Believe me, there was no need for much of an effort. They were already finished. The BBC reported on this as well back in 2001. The Supreme Court in Israel has temporarily barred a former secret agent, Ehud Yatom, from taking over as the new head of counterintelligence. The court will review his role in the killing of 2 Palestinians when Israeli commandos stormed a hijacked bus. Security officials said 2 Palestinian hijackers were killed immediately, but photographs showed the 2 of the hijackers, and then he admitted to crushing them with a rock. What the fuck? There's the BBC article about it. By the way, he went on to be an Israeli politician. Of course it's not mentioned in his fucking... Between 2003 and 2006, he was, yeah. Look. It's mentioned here. Was one of the agents who crushed 2 Palestinians' heads with rocks. By the way, who remembers when we heard about how Palestinians were an irredeemably barbarous society who killed people by beheading? What do you even call... this recalls, like, the Stone Age. If Palestinians are engaged in ancient barbarism, what kind of level of barbarism is this? This is the kind of shit cavemen were up to. The Cav 300. What the fuck? Oh my god. So they had these guys and they crushed... Oh my god. Oh. Were you shocked in any way by this? Yeah. I'm gonna be honest, I am kind of shocked by it. But more so because I've never heard about it. That an Israeli politician crushed someone's head with a rock. And the thing is, by the way, most Israelis will justify it. I guarantee you. They'll say they were Hamas, they were Nukba. But the thing is, by the way, when you read about, like, how the Nazis licensed barbarism, the Nazis did actually say this. They used to say, you can operate... In Poland, for example, Poland is really where things started to go off the rails in terms of, like, Nazism just going, hurtling towards just, like, a mass extermination campaign. I mean, off the rails is maybe not a correct description. It was Nazism. It was always just barbaric and disgusting, okay? But in Poland, they're, like, signing decrees that are like, we must punish anyone who engages in insurgency with, like, vile means. I also learned, did you guys know that most doctors also did not have any opposition to the T4 extermination program? But that doesn't surprise me. The T4 extermination program. The T4 extermination program, I think, actually would have been accepted by American, British, wherever the doctors were. The option of killing disabled people really wouldn't surprise me if most doctors took that. I'm going to be honest, especially in the 1940s. So, of all of the things that the Nazis did, that hardly surprised me. But yeah, I also learned that, by the way, there were high-level Nazis who were against some of the things that were going on, especially by the SS and the Einsatzgruppen. Also, by the way, Yosef Mizrahi, I'm not going to play this. If you're not familiar with this guy, Yosef Mizrahi is now claiming that fewer than 1 million Jewish people were killed. Obviously, it's a Holocaust denial. And also, he says that
by you going to the weekend with your cousins, that will teach you to become goyim. That's another thing they do.
I find this guy so interesting. The way he does this face as well. But yeah, Elephant, you're asking me about surprise and this kind of stuff. Murdering, I think someone put it well. Spy Check put it well. Killing prisoners doesn't surprise me. Smashing someone's head with a rock is not a problem. I also love it because it's just more proof of this whole thing of like, Palestinians would vote for Marwan Barghouti. It's like Israelis, not even theoretically, Israelis voted for a guy who crushed the head of Palestinians with a fucking rock. Oh God! Go look up who Yosef Mizrahi is. Look, Yosef Mizrahi has got some of the most incredible views that you could even imagine. Some of my favorite ones are Charlie Kirk was a false prophet because Jewish people thought he was a rabbi. Crazy. He also said that most people in the world don't have the right to live. He specifically chose Chinese people and Indians as well. He got banned from the UK, by the way, that guy, ages ago. I enjoyed this as well, by the way. This Fox News host having a little cry. So I'm sure some of you are aware there's been a bit of a story going on the last few days about mutiny aboard the USS Abraham Lincoln. Have a listen to this. This guy looks crazy.
Are you on TV complaining about...
Hold on.
I mean, how weak are you on TV complaining about tuna and noodles? I'm sorry. You volunteered to serve your country. You can come back, get out of the military, and do like all of these Democrat veterans and complain about it and make commercials and be a sellout if you want to. And
to be fair, he got a point about these damn Democrats. This damn Graham Plattner guy was always moaning and whining about it.
Come up with a new way of doing things. The last Democrat president that I remember that was deploying troops, Barack Obama, had the army going to Iraq on patrol bases for 15 months at a time.
To be fair, he does have a point about, like, they volunteered, they should accept it. You did volunteer. You deserve the punishment. You deserve the punishment of things sucking right now. You absolutely deserve that. But look, if you ain't willing to do the fragging, I know you're going to get in trouble. Go on, flush your t-shirt down the toilet. Pretend that you're, like, do a comedic Looney Tunes style incident where you, like, slip over a banana and accidentally push a plane off the boat. Or, like, I don't know, accidentally light some ammunition that blows up and be like, I was just having a cigarette. I was just having a cigarette. And I think that this thing is like, yeah.
Eating MREs. I'm sorry, but you're a sitting duck on a patrol base in Iraq, in Afghanistan, a heck of a lot more than you are on a fortified Navy ship sitting in the water. You might have got bored, and I'm sorry. We did have more fun getting in firefights, I'll say that. But to sit there and say that you...
God, I also love this notion of how, like, American soldiers are so brave and were constantly in firefights. You had aerial support, and you still struggled to beat groups like the Taliban. You literally had complete aerial domination over them.
It was terrible because you had a corn dog and a hot dog. I would have traded a block of C4 to the Taliban for a hot dog by about July 2010. I just do not understand the mentality. If this is a representation of who our military is now, and I'm not saying it is, but there's at least enough for some of these trash rags to print about it. If this is who we are, we're just Rome sitting here waiting to burn. We've got nothing left. It makes me fume. If he sat there and said...
To be fair, imagine how crazy the firefight went against the giant of Kandahar. To be fair, you actually do have to have respect.
Welcome to the
I know some of you guys are kind of saying mean shit to this guy. You guys all sit at home and you have not once fought the giant of Kandahar. Like, imagine that. Imagine this. This guy got in a fight with the giant of Kandahar and you guys are mocking him. Comrade Stapler, thank you for the 3 months. Memberships and support is always greatly appreciated, but my goat for 3 months. I thought volunteering meant steak and lobster every day. I enlisted because of Charlie Kirk, and now I'm thinking I made a mistake. Well, if you joined up because of not Charlie Kirk, then you made a mistake. But if you joined up to carry the flame, anything is justifiable to carry the flame when it comes to serving the US military. The Giant of Kandahar is my friend. These people, this guy fought against the Giant of Kandahar. To be fair, you guys have seen the Odyssey. Imagine this guy got trapped in a cave. But the problem is Americans are so dumb that even some guy, Odysseus, who lived like thousands of years ago, he would have been able to outsmart the giant. These people would be like, I don't know how to get out of here.
We didn't have any clean water to drink. We couldn't take a shower. I mean, well, I didn't get to take a shower for about 6 months, but still, you know, something that has something to do with hygiene or, you know, like getting sick. There was a scurvy outbreak and, you know, the guys that were missing legs were only given wooden pegs instead of metal ones. Then maybe I might have some sympathy. But to that little kid and whoever raised him, Lord, help you if you ever go into a hot war on the ground like millions of Americans have. I can only think what a World War II veteran sitting there who's lucid enough today to see that and think about the 6-month journey home from fighting the toughest war we've ever fought after being there for 4 years was thinking, listening to him complain like that. The Secretary of the Navy put out his response. That's my response.
To be honest, bro, like, he has got a point. He fought, like, giants and grumpkins and snarks, you know, in the caves in Afghanistan. Like, seriously, you don't believe the giant of Afghanistan's real? You don't believe that? You need to listen to authentic US military vet voices, such as Devon Levitt. Is he a soldier? A real-life encounter with the Giant of Kandahar. I wish I could watch that. Look at this! This guy fought against that! This guy fought against that! You guys sit at home and you have the audacity to critique this guy. Okay.
The Legend of Kandahar is a popular about meeting an 8-foot warlord in Afghanistan.
About this, and this is a silly thing to ask you. Video.
I can't show this. Joe Rogan is copyright.
Modern urban legend claiming that in 2000.
Why does it kind of look like Willem Dafoe?
A squad of U.S. soldiers went missing in a remote mountain region of Kandahar, Afghanistan, prompting a military rescue team to track them to a massive cave. According to the myth, which first gained traction online via alternative media outlets and paranormal investigators.
Okay, right, we'll turn this off. First of all, it's an AI voice, but second of all, he just called the Giant of Kandahar a myth. Okay, bro. Okay, bro. You're laughing. You're laughing, and this guy fought the Giant of Kandahar. The Giant of Kandahar. Yes, that's pictorial evidence of the Giant of Kandahar. And yet the guy making the video was like, nah, that's fake. There's even a video of it. There's even a video of the Giant of Kandahar, and people want to say that it's not real. See? This is the problem with American culture. They don't believe the soldiers on the boat right now, and they don't believe the Kandahar Giant cover-up.
There is more to...
I cannot watch this. I cannot watch this. 11,000 people, by the way, enjoyed a video called The Kandahar Giant Cover-Up. 11,000 people took the time out of their day to not only watch The Giant of Kandahar, which is a 19-minute video, but they also press like on it. Jesus Christ. Okay, right, so we have got some news to cover as well, which is Trump is now threatening to bomb Oman as well. Oh my God, Wolf Blitzer looks terrible.
A new threat for President Trump as a window formally closes in the war with Iran. Today marks the end of the Memorandum of Understanding, as it's called.
I like how one of my favorite features about even American media that is supposed to be critical, and British media does this, of American, you know, well, it's not technically supposed to be critical, but, you know, there is clearly a slant in CNN that is critical. The thing is like, they all just use these epic videos of planes taking off. Like, why not just show the soldiers falling off?
And its 60-day deadline for peace talks between the U.S. and Iran. This morning, there are no plans in sight to end the war, and while it's not clear what happens next, President Trump...
By the way, we haven't been talking about the price of oil. $89 for Brent crude is pretty fucking high. What the fuck are the giants of Kandahar? God. The giants of Kandahar, like, I'll stop being silly for a second. The giants of Kandahar are real. They're these pig giants that live in these caves in Afghanistan. And allegedly, some US soldiers went missing. And people like myself, who I would call Kandahar truthers, know, because we've seen images of it, as was in that video, basically went and ate them, probably. Maybe. Definitely.
Trump is lashing out. And one very unlikely target is Oman, a key U.S. ally in the Middle East and a broker in trying to seek a deal with Iran to try to reopen the Strait of Hormuz.
Do you think Trump just keeps saying Oman instead of Iran? Do you think that that's his problem, that he means to say Iran, but he accidentally says Oman?
This morning, the president tells Fox News, and I'm quoting the president right now, listen to this. If Oman gets in the way, we'll bomb the shit out of them. Those are the president's words. He also downplays the urgency of a deal as war-weary Americans deal with high gas and oil prices. And his quote, once again, I have no time schedule. I'm not in a hurry, end quote.
Yeah, I think he just keeps accidentally saying Oman instead of Iran, I think, to be honest. Also, by the way, you know, every time you think that Americans are going to be feeling different about what's going on in their country, have a listen to this.
So I just say this. So for you to pay a tiny little bit more for your gasoline, just remember, you're doing it so that a very evil country cannot have a country. Really, it's the #1 state sponsor of terror in the world.
By the way, I do think politicians, if there's one thing to take from Trump, I think you should do this, but say that the suffering is for people's lives being better. Not the bullshit. Be like, the reason your taxes are higher is because you are paying to live in a decent society. That's what matters. But politicians don't really talk about that. They're like, yeah, we want to get taxes down. And it's like, yeah, great. I can't wait until, like, this is an example from my country. I can't wait until my pension from working for the State Department, the US Gov, the civil service is at, like, insane amount of money. I can't even repeat what you've just called me, Moldovan owl, because I'll get demonetized. But anyway, the whole thing of just like, oh yeah, your money goes up, your pension goes up, but then you just require, the problem is your society falls apart.
We don't want to have them have a nuclear weapon.
But yeah, it's incredible watching Americans just clap for that. But we should clap for, like, sacrifice in society to build a better society. But unfortunately, Trump is obviously not doing it for a better society. He doesn't give a shit if authoritarian societies have nuclear weapons or not.
CNN's Betsy Klein is over at the White House for us. Betsy, what are you learning this morning?
By the way, whoever said his comb over is hanging on for dear life. This man is moving like Homer Simpson.
Well, Wolf, back when the U.S. and Iran had reached that memorandum of understanding to stop the fighting, and it would kickstart a 60-day period for technical discussions on some of the thornier nuclear issues. That 60-day deadline has officially expired as of today. So where are we? The deal is effectively in shambles. The Strait of Hormuz, traffic there in that critical oil thoroughfare is essentially at relative standstill. And the president now issuing this.
I cannot believe I talked to an Iranian guy who claimed to have some immutable knowledge of Iran that I could never understand, where he was telling me, actually, no, Iran doesn't control the Strait of Hormuz. What are you even talking about at this point? You are so lost in the sauce there.
New warning to a key U.S. ally, Oman, that has served as an intermediary in these talks between.
God, every time you see his signature as well. Do you remember when he was trying to claim that the Jeffrey Epstein signature was fake and wasn't him, and it looks exactly like that?
between Iran and the U.S., particularly on the topic of control of the Strait of Hormuz. He says, quote, if Oman gets in the way, we'll bomb the shit out of them. Again, the president's words there. And this appears to be an escalation with one of the U.S.'s most important allies in this region. The president also appeared to undercut top officials, including Vice President J.D. Vance and the press secretary Caroline Leavitt, who in recent days have suggested that getting oil prices back on track, the price of gas, is just as much of a priority for President Trump as ending this conflict and preventing Iran from having a nuclear weapon. The president posting this to social media earlier today. He says, quote, the number one goal is and always will be that Iran cannot have in any way, shape, or form a nuclear weapon. The president also making clear here that he is not in a hurry to end this conflict. The midterm election says not factoring into his thinking.
President Trump, in a new interview this morning, threatened to bomb Oman, a key U.S. ally, if they get in the way of U.S. efforts to try to reopen the Strait of Hormuz. Do these comments from Trump right now?
As a way to punish Iran, America has increased all food, oil, and cost of living prices while losing a quarter of Reaper drones, losing A-10 Warthogs, AC-130s, F-15s, hundreds of soldiers, ending relationships with South Korea and other countries, and losing its hegemony. Yeah, no, that's not true. That's not true. That's not true. They're actually doing really well. They're actually doing really, really, really well, I swear.
Do they really strain this relationship with Oman? Because Oman's been deeply involved behind the scenes in trying to work out a peace deal with Iran.
It's very confusing. I mean, you know, the memorandum of understanding that we signed up to, of course, it's defunct now, but it actually called on Oman and Iran to get together to try and figure out what a governance structure would look like. So
for the Strait of Hormuz.
For the Strait of Hormuz. So I don't know that they were definitely doing it pursuant to that idea or not, or whether they were actually working against us. But I'm sure Oman is thinking to themselves right now, we're trying to be a intermediary for peace. We're trying to achieve.
Have you ever heard a president of the United States threaten to bomb the, quote, shit out of a key U.S. ally the way the president has said today in terms of Oman?
Not offhand at all.
Yeah.
You know, I don't know that that's the way to treat our allies. I know the president likes to show strength and he likes to be strident, but, you know, I don't know what their offense was. What's the underlying offense? Has he found out at intelligence that he's working against United States interests?
What do you think Oman is doing against United States interests? To be fair, actually, Oman is one of the last bastions of British naval domination. So maybe Trump is actually finally ending British naval domination. Because that's where the British fleet is, right? Or British Navy. Is it the Navy in Oman or is it just a big military? No. The Royal Navy of Oman. Is that it? No, that's just theirs. The British have a base, though. British base in Oman. What is it? Is it a naval base? It's a logistics and support operation base. Motherfucker, we've been hoping and praying Iran leaves this alone. The US is getting bombed out of Iran, and the UK has just got its joint operations base there, and it's like, please, please, please don't destroy the last vestige of the of the British Empire's naval domination. Please, Iran, keep the British Navy alive. We need it. Without it, we are nothing. Big beautiful president would never say such a beautiful thing with such a stupid thing. I know. I think he did mean Iran. I think that it's right. I do genuinely think he meant Iran. I think he keeps saying it because he's literally just dumb. Like, I think he's out of control. And I think, did any of you see the video yesterday? And we will stick on this video. I'm sorry, I probably noticed I've been jumping around a bit. Have you seen the video of him wearing a diaper yesterday? It is... Look at this. Trump's either got some kind of injection in his ass or he's wearing something on his ass, and it's probably a diaper. Look at the size of that. Look at that. Like, you can compare it. This lady's like here. This guy's here. I mean, this guy, yeah, he has no ass, but... Look at his. Look at his. Look at that. What is that riding up? A BBL. I don't know. I do think that a man like that should probably not be in charge of the world. So you just think it's a BBL?
Seems like
that's where he's hiding the Epstein files. Could be. Could well be.
like you'd want to raise that in public instead of in private rather than in public. But let's wait till the rest of the story comes out and it'll be interesting to see.
So first we had South Korea, now we have Oman. I mean, the president said in an interview with Fox News that he will threaten to, and I quote, bomb the shit out of Oman, which of course is a key US ally partner. It's not the first time, David, that he's threatened to do this. Obviously he did this back in May as well, but why is he doing so again now?
Really hard to tell because, of course, the president is a man of many grudges. And
by the way, I actually think that at this point, Trump's administration has become so insane that sane washing it requires no point. I think they should just have people who are talking about, like, the giants of Kandahar, maybe whether there's sort of some kind of kraken-like creature living in the Strait of Hormuz that the Iranians have developed some kind of means to control that might be causing problems there. Honestly, at this point, you would probably get as much out of that as, as listening to an expert trying to tell you what Trump is doing. An expert, like, genuinely, madman theory. I don't even think it's madman theory, because madman theory is like, I'll be the craziest in the room. Trump is just genuinely unhinged, and half the shit he's doing makes absolutely no sense and do not form the basis of a coherent foreign policy. People kept pointing this out on Twitter. I think it was Matthew Petty who... You know, Petty and I don't align always ideologically, but occasionally he'll tweet something pretty good. And what he tweeted was like, people don't realize that this pivot to Asia that people kept saying was dead or like kind of mocking, there was actually sense in the pivot to Asia. It wasn't some fictitious thing. It was people saying, if you don't know what the pivot to Asia means, it basically just means focusing on Asia rather than the Middle East, which is confusing because the Middle East is South Asia, but you know what, they're still using these terms. But anyway, obviously pivoting to Asia makes way more sense because the Straits of Taiwan are actually way more important than the Strait of Hormuz. I don't know if you guys know this. If you look through the amount of trade that throws through it, it's way larger. But also there's just so much more industry in that region. You know, you can pivot towards... Here it is. At the end, what was the pivot to Asia? An abstract recognition by some high-level US planners that the US has interest there. And what was it up against? A coalition of American, Israeli, and Arab factions whose financial, political, and emotional interests are on the line. By the way, when he says Arab factions, I'm assuming he's meaning the Gulf states, basically. Obama's comments about pivoting to Asia and getting Iran to share the region with its neighbors mobilized a grand coalition in response who spent a decade single-mindedly organizing to lock US power in the Middle East, and they got what they wanted. The Hawks laid bureaucratic trapwires preventing the US from staying out of a regional war. They blew up all the diplomatic off-ramps that would prevent such a conflict. They kept the debate in vague, emotionally charged terms that hid stakes from the public. And on the other side of the ledger, you have a few Asia-focused bureaucrats trying to guard their fiefdom, unwilling or unable to really fight back on specific political questions. The case of Eldridge Colby is really illustrative. Yeah, I mean, Zach Foster said this. If you look at the Middle East from like the dumbest perspective, which is what is important, you would expect them, being the US and the West, to be fucking best friends with Iran, because Iran is so important. You know, they control the Strait of Hormuz. The US doesn't have problems with authoritarians, but you know what? They basically just decided that they were going to be best friends with Israel, that is this inconsequential, dumbass, pointless country, that is this annoying little settler colony that steals people's land, and that's fucking it. Surely the Kraken comes from the Med. The Iranians have imported the Kraken. As I learned earlier, all Iranians and Islam are invaders, so the Iranians brought the Kraken over when they were invading.
he, I think, has built up a feud with both the South Koreans and with the Omanis. With the Omanis, he first got upset because they were beginning to negotiate separately with Iran during the height of the military interactions just a few months ago. And in recent times, of course, the Omanis were talking to the Iranians about a pathway that might or might not open up the strait. But he views the Omanis as basically interfering in a Trump-designed plan here. With South Korea, it's a little more mystifying. There is no more solid.
By the way, once again, I will say, why did, I know Al Jazeera is not perfect and pretending it is dumb. Why did they have that CIA guy on earlier who was like, North Korea been behaving well?
U.S. ally right now in Asia, other than Japan, with the United States. And yet the president is clearly hoping to reopen these negotiations that he had in his first term with Kim Jong-un of North Korea. And so he has chosen to sort of ignore the fact that Kim Jong-un has now got 60 or so nuclear weapons, maybe more, and missiles that can reach the United States, while he's, of course, continuing to talk about denuclearizing Iran.
Yeah, to be honest, that is one of my favorite features of this whole Trump situation. Enemies can't have nuclear weapons. Does that kind of mean that Kim Jong-un is just an ally? To be honest, though, I think that part of that is just optics, like Trump negotiating with someone who could have always been negotiated with, who, you know, like, look, Trump could have always negotiated with any American administration could have negotiated with Iran. The problem is Obama did it first, so it's not a special. But negotiating with, you know, Kim Jong-un is something that no one really has done.
Yeah, I mean, it's mystifying, but it's also ironic as well, isn't it? As you point out there, David, because
yes,
you know, this is an authoritarian state that has nuclear weapons, unlike Iran. What do you think all of this is doing to the trust here of American allies?
You know, it undercuts credibility, and credibility is a really hard thing to both reestablish, even after President Trump is out of office. It would take a long time, I think, to make sure that
God, it is so funny just thinking about all of these like people who dedicated their entire careers to building this nexus of American power all over the fucking world. And to this, like some old man who is incontinent has just blown it all up, which is pretty good, I think. I think American power has been a net negative to the world, and I think we need fundamental change, but what that change emerges into, I don't know, but I just don't think... It was like when that guy was asking me, do you want the Islamic Republic or America to win? And it's like, well, I don't want America to win. I want the Iranian people to win and have some kind of leadership that they actually want. But when it comes to anyone against America, like, sure, obviously, you know, that there are limits to that, but when you're talking about like a whole country, it's like, yeah, fuck that. Yeah.
Allies began once again to trust Washington's word.
Like, I think forcing America out of the Middle East is good. I think it is good. I think it would be a net positive.
And for places like South Korea and Japan, that is all the more critical, because what's kept them from getting their own nuclear weapons, what's kept them from doing their own separate military buildups independent of the United States has been the assurance that the U.S. worked hand in glove with them. During the Biden administration, there was a lot of effort put into getting the Japanese and the South Koreans to work together. You may remember there was a summit meeting at Camp David and so forth to get rid of the long-running hostility, goes back to before World War II, between those countries, so that you had three countries sort of sewn up together, the U.S., Japan, and South Korea. And that is now sort of being
Imagine you like dedicate your life. You're so proud. You're like, yeah, I worked in the State Department and I did it because I wanted to bring all these countries together. And then Trump's just like, I actually fucking love Kim Jong-un and hate South Korea.
Done. With Oman, that's a much touchier relationship, but one the United States is clearly going to need because they are right opposite the Strait of Hormuz, and you want the Omanis on your side.
Today was the deadline.
Oh my God! Now they've done. Look, Al Jazeera. If they've got someone on this insane, they should just have someone by bold. They should just have someone bold like this. Chris, you sound anti-American. Do you not support Graham Plattner as president to bring down Trump's corruption and mean wars, which Trump foreign policy have DSA candidates disagreed with? Yeah, I mean, it's the pretty tough thing of everything that the British, like everything that the everything that Trump is doing is just bipartisan policy. Like that's, yeah, it's pretty obvious. It's not some new, it's not like a war with Iran was magicked up out the ass of Trump.
Set for negotiations to conclude over Iran's nuclear program. Clearly, that's not happening. The memorandum of understanding went out the window a bit ago. But just this morning, when it comes to the war with Iran, Ambassador, in a new interview, President Trump said and leveled a threat, saying that he'll bomb he'll bomb Oman if it interferes with U.S. efforts in the Strait of Hormuz. What do you do with that threat? I often in our conversations feel like you kind of are translating what you hear the president saying or trying to do with when he makes these threats. Should Oman, an ally to the United States in this conflict, take that threat seriously?
Of course not. This is Trump's hyperbole. He's telling Oman, STFU, and sit on the sidelines and let me handle this. That's what
I'm surprised she didn't apologize for the language. STFU should definitely be censored on CNN. If any of you can write a complaint, I need you to.
That's what he's telling Oman. Saying he's going to bomb them as opposed to he's going to tariff them, as opposed to he's going to cut them off. They're all interchangeable. That's just Trump speak. He's in a very delicate position right now, Kate, because they really are making traction with some of the moderates in the Iran leadership, and the IRGC hardliners continually interfere with that. That's why you see these on again, off again, on again, off again announcements coming out of both the United States.
I think this is incorrect analysis. I think what the actual problem is is basically that the US is demanding Iran surrenders and Iran is not accepting it. And that's what's causing the problem. Iran won't surrender and won't give them whatever they want.
States and Iran. And, you have to give the president credit. Everyone characterized him as a warmonger. He's really trying to make a peace deal here.
Okay. This guy's better than the Al Jazeera guy. This guy is goated. I love this. Imagine calling yourself saying that he's tried to make a deal with a war that he started because Israel needs to be supreme.
But it's very difficult. He is dealing with a regime that knows it's facing an existential threat, because if the hardliners are deposed, the IRGC goes away. And, people that are going to lose their existence fight pretty hard. And that's what's going on right now.
Yeah, I mean, trying to get a peace deal, maybe, but in a war that, he launched. So it's again, we get back to the beginning of what is he actually going to get out of it that he didn't have in the beginning. But clearly a long road to that from where we are today, Ambassador. It's good to see you. Thank you for coming on. Always doing.
Okay, guys. Right. That is the end of the stream for today, because I'm going to go call Isaac and we'll be live just over 4 hours. I thank you all for being here. Tomorrow's going to be standard practice, but no debate stuff. I'll see you all tomorrow. Have a good rest of the day. You can hop on the Discord. Thank you for everyone who commented, liked, shared, became members. If you enjoyed it on Twitch, generally I'm live between 3 and 7 p.m, sometimes 2 p.m. if I'm doing debates. Most weekdays, never on Fridays, or depends when I'm doing the podcast with Isaac, so I shouldn't say that. And then normally one day on the weekend. There's normally 4 streams a week. Might up that to 5 soon. But I thank you all so much for being here, and I'll see you all later.